All right, what up, fam? Mic check, cam check. It's like we're good. We're good. So let's go first. What up? What up, Manuel? All right, so my sleep schedule is still absolutely ruined. I'm gonna have to try to figure out sometime this weekend to get it back. Everyone pull out for my boy Adam Jackson. He was a real one. Yeah, we found out yesterday, man. That was
Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided, son.
Cascade with the gaming.
You know how
Cascade
we do.
gaming with the raid.
Drop my new
said
beat
that wrong.
for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. I got the full screen dance. That's
underscore gaming raided my stream with 3 viewers.
Oh man, what's up, man? How's it going? Adam will be missed. You wanna know what his new gig is? Yeah, me too. Cause I mean, the dude knew his stuff, man. I had great conversations with him at Blizzcon and things, and even at little bit with the in July with the Spiritborn playtesting. Real cool guy, man. I don't really know what, obviously happened. I don't think anyone really knows what or will know what happened unless he decides to release a statement in the future, once his NDA is up, or whatever he signed or whatever. Who knows? But anyways, I will not say that I'm surprised, but I guess it makes sense, especially if you want to have more control of a product and things, and when you're working in the type of structure that is currently Blizzard, Microsoft, that kind of stuff. There's just a lot of red tape, and maybe people may want more creative freedom, elsewhere and stuff. So, 15 years is a long time, one place. So yeah, but you also got to remember, what Blizzard was and what Blizzard is now, in terms of how big of a company they are now. There's a lot more red tape now than it used to be. So I think that's kind of all I'm gonna say. You got the Heartseeker build going. It's a ton of fun. Yo, Heartseeker slaps, man. I love it. It's not gonna get that much attention because it's not an S tier build, and we don't have it there, so people are gonna overlook it, and that's understood. But man, if you enjoy Heartseeker, man, you would love it this season. By the way, speaking of people, have you guys seen Ben's newest YouTube video on the state of Path of Exile 2? Ben, for those who don't know who Ben is by chance, Ben is technically considered the best Path of Exile player, bar none. He wins his races basically almost every league, and he shits all over Path of Exile 2. I mean, he goes in. I've been wondering why he's been playing regular Path of Exile. He hasn't played Path of Exile. Yeah, he hasn't played Path of Exile 2 in a bit. He's been playing the original, but I mean, he trashes Path of Exile 2 to no end. It is insane. And he's not a guy who's usually negative. So when he comes out and he goes in swinging, he's like, what's the point of Path of Exile 2? I don't even get it. He calls it the worst gameplay of all the action RPGs. Dude, just I don't necessarily agree with everything he said, but obviously he knows way more than I do. And so I respect the opinion, or I respect his take, because it's freaking Ben. And it's, oh my God. I was just and it's funny because you look at the comment section, you look at the comment section of that video and you see a lot of people just shitting on Path of Exile 2 now. Like in terms of like in the comments based on this video, like people are not happy. But did you announce they're focusing on PoE 2 recently? Well, I would think so. You just released early access. Where would you like? What would you be focusing on if it's not your early access game? I mean, I hope that's not like a yay. Company is focusing on their early access game. Yes, like they're supposed to focus on that. Any company is supposed to focus on their early access. It sounds like there'll be no more PoE in the no. They're still gonna support PoE 1. It's just slower rollouts of stuff. Entitled man babies just respectfully.
Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do.
Scarlet with the raid.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. What's happening? What's happening, Rosina?
Rosina_Scarlet raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Appreciate you. Hope everything's going well. We're just having like a small discussion before I actually start my stream. First, it was Adam Jackson leaving Blizzard and D4, and like then we were talking about how Ben was literally trashing PoE 2. The funny thing is PoE 2 anyway now it's basically beta. It's not a beta. It's not a beta. When you release an early access, you technically have released your game. If people are paying for early access, then it's technically really not a beta. It's not a finished product, don't get me wrong. Like obviously Path of Exile 2 early access is not a finished product, but it's not a beta. But with that being said, Ben doesn't have any faith in it. If you watch this video, he has no faith in Path of Exile 2 at all whatsoever. The copy pasta. Danger, what's up, man? With that being said, like I don't, hold on, I say, you said you finally got your Shroud for Heartseeker Rogue and that damage increases and say yes. Shroud with Rogue is just nuts because +1 the trick attacks is already like 20-something% more damage because of the scaling with precision. So like literally just +1 trick attacks from the Shroud is already like an aspect increase. Wall of text. Yeah, dude. I mean, like I said, Ben went all in. I think Ben is really the only person that can do that, right? Like, if anyone went that hard in on Path of Exile 2, would have gotten kind of slammed by like the community. But since Ben has like that respect, like he could tell it like it is in his perspective, obviously, in his point of view, and people are just like, oh damn. He's got some solid points there. Like I didn't even think about it that way. Promise we'll devote as many resources as you can needed for it. I mean, I get that. I'm just saying, like we're just discussing kind of like Ben's points. I'm almost like, for PoE 1 patch. Okay, sorry, I misread that. But yeah, dude. I personally don't think it's that bad. In my opinion. I mean, I've had my gripes with it too and things that I say, but of course, like the comments used to come back. It's like, well, you're not really a Path of Exile, Exile player. You can't say that, or you're your points on this matter doesn't really like hold weight, and I guess part of that is fair. You know, part of that's fair. But when a few things that Ben said kind of validates what I felt on a few things, not all, but just a few things. I was like, well, damn. Ben said what I was thinking, at least on like a few topics. But I don't think it's really that bad. Ben thinks it's absolute trash. I don't think it's that bad. I actually enjoy playing. Then again, I didn't do the one button builds either and whatnot. So like I don't mind killing the elites. Yeah, backtracking. I mean, but I'm used to backtracking the D4, so it's like it doesn't really bother me that much, But I mean, I get his points, right? It was was this rant anywhere near as good as Hog's? I don't know. Did Hog go in on it too or no? Because I feel like people like initially like during like throughout December, I think people were like kind of afraid to really like give their honest perspective in terms of how they might really have felt because of like the success of the early access launch. I'm not saying that there's a bunch of bad things or even a bunch of good things, but I mean like just having like a pure honest assessment without kind of being like, oh yeah, it's great, but just almost just laying it out there, kind of like how Ben did or whatever. Like, I just don't think people were really. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just saying, just laying out how you truly feel about something, right? I think you're gonna get more of these takes now that Ben kind of like opened the floodgates on that. So now I think, it's like somebody might feel a certain way and it's like, damn, Ben did it. Ben said what I really want to say. Until now, you might have more creators kind of jump in that wagon now, where it's like now they feel like they can say something because someone else said it, right? Because Ben said it. I don't even know how I came across it. It was like random. It just came across my feed randomly. I'm just like, man, why is like what? His title doesn't do it justice either. Like he's just the ups and downs of PoE 2, but literally like 14 minutes out of the 16 minutes he spent literally talking about the downs. This is tribalism. No, Chief says something, so it's time to war together. Well, that's kind of how it was before, right? Like when you have your major content creators like praising a product, like let's say at Last Epoch when it first came out of like that, everyone was doing the same thing, right? And then when they pull away, then they do the same thing, right? It's a case of that in general, like either way, whether you're saying good things or you're saying bad things. But you're right. You're exactly right. Yeah, hold on, I gotta move my chat over. It's bothering me because it's not like fleshed. Yeah, that's better. Cool. Yeah. Only difference is that he was mean. Like it was. I don't really consider anything he said as constructive criticism. I just think he's just. I mean, it wasn't really constructive at all. It was just it was a rant. I mean, I guess there is some people that take from there and be like, we could do this better, right? But most of it is like, like literally like someone hurt him type rant. Like the game hurt him to his core, and he had to get it off his chest. That's what it sounded like. You ain't got your own crib? Not back in the 90s, sure. He's playing PoE one in the video. That's a bad sign. I mean, when you're so invested in the game, I'm just saying. I said things the way they are. Oh no, I'm not. I'm definitely not like. I'm just trying to like paint a picture. You know, I'm painting a picture like in terms of like how he comes across. Real question is, are shadows working well now? As long as you're not playing an imbuement, like poison imbuement or whatever, yes. Shadow Clone is doing really well, and like for Heartseeker. I assume they would be okay on Barrage. I'm a little skeptical about it. Primarily because, you know, the clones can't like shotgun, so, or don't know how to shotgun targets. So I feel like it's like a Barrage is going to be pretty awful single target, in my opinion, because Barrage is already usually suffers from being awful single target. So I think compared to Heartseeker, single target is going to feel like ass. But the clearing potential should be like amazing on paper. But we'll see. I refuse to play the victimized Barrage. I'm not wasting mats on that. It's kind of sad because like that's the main version I have on Maxroll. So if I do play close quarters combat Barrage and it's actually like, you know, pretty decent, I might have to like bring that variant to the main part of the guide, honestly. Game looks so much better with the damage numbers off though. If I did understand perfectly what he means, oh yeah, for sure. I'm just saying, like, when you look at it from like you know, someone, you know, offering feedback, right? You know, what he was doing was not offering feedback, right? It was literally, this is what I think of your game, kind of thing, and nothing wrong with that. Like, nothing wrong with that approach. But I think it holds more weight when a person doesn't like to be negative at all and barely ever makes any negative comments or videos about anything like that, of that nature. And then when he does, it's kind of like, oh damn, y'all really pissed him off. You know, sort of type thing. I think that's kind of where the weight comes in from, you know what I mean? Like, if he was always making hate videos or this game, whatever, videos like Asmongold, then you'll just kind of just let it roll off and be like, well, yeah, but that's Asmongold, right? Like, that's just what he does, you know? He does that for clicks, right? That's not what Ben does, right? So everybody sits down when the quiet kids speak up. Yeah. Also, why is Zizaran playing what's that game? It's like some like way different game. I thought he was gonna be, you know, for like a sponsorship thing or whatever, but like there was no like hashtag sponsor in his title or anything, or even in his description, you know, say, hey, click on this to play this game to support the stream, etc. Do Rogue have some poison build that can do 100 plus pit? Not comfortably, no. Not poison, no. I mean, I'll put it this way, you can. It's possible. I'll put it that way. It's just gonna require a lot more work and farming gear and things and min-maxing to no end. And you might have to forego Shadow Clone in general. Just go like almost a regular Poison Twisting Blaze build. But Devs don't need solutions. They need problems. Their job is to find solutions. Well, I don't know. According to Ben is just like, yo, just give up on that and just make it a super expansion of Path of Exile 1. Nah, but seriously though, like, yeah, you're right. You're right. You got a 4GA win for us today and sold it. Sold it today. I got me a really nice win force waiting. Weapon mastery, malice, exploit. Nah, but I appreciate it. Man, Blizzard, please rework the mass worker system. I don't really think. I honestly don't think it's really that bad. I think the core concept of it is fine. Like, I don't think it needs a rework, but it does need to be looked at. I do think that, like, there's been people who've been asking, hey, let us reset the previous 4 ranks, right? And not the whole thing, like, you know. And I'm okay with that. Only if you make master working cost a lot more. Because I don't think getting 12 triple masterwork on your gear should be free. Like, the point is to have some sort of a grind to, you know, to progression. However, I do think that the RNG nature of it currently is a bit too harsh. So I do think that if, you know, let's say they go the route of like letting us reset back to the previous masterwork instead of the entire masterwork per se, that it needs to cost a lot more. So at least you can kind of see your progression on your journey or whatever, in a sense. But you're also not getting it in like a day. Like, you're not gonna be like, okay, I just put this build together. You know, I got like, you know, maybe 90k master working mass, and then you just triple, you know, crit on what you want literally on your first session. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, I feel like there needs to be a happy medium between having to play to masterwork and this completely random system that we have. So I don't think it needs a rework. I just think it needs a flow change, if that makes sense. Change your gear and clear pit 100. I forgot to actually put the right aspects on my gear, so that's a good sign. Yeah. Is Render Vero far and way better for pushing it than the other road builds? Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, honestly, if you're trying to decide on what rogue build to play, it should be about what you are going to do in the game. Like how high, like how far or how high do you plan on going? What number next to the pit tier do you care about, right? You know, let's just say, oh, I don't care. I just want to get above, you know, be able to do above 100 comfortably and level my glyphs. Well, in that case, a lot of rogue builds can do that, right? Play whatever one you find the most fun. But if you're the kind of person where it's like, I won't be satisfied until the number 140 is next to my name. Actually, let me rephrase that, because that would be kind of hard. If you're not satisfied until the number 130 is next to the clear pit, then basically you have one option, right? So it really just depends. Just keep in mind, you know, there is no reward or value for doing these, you know, higher pits. It's just clout at that point in time. So you have to kind of like think to yourself, what matters to you? What are you going to do? Right? Because the Heartseeker build solid balance for comfort plus speed running all contents and piss 100 plus because all the builds feel complicated. Heartseeker is like, if I had to kind of take a, I would actually put Heartseeker as probably like the most balanced rogue build in a sense. Alongside probably Flurry. Flurry's probably in that category too. Of where like it can do like a little bit of everything pretty well. You know, they're not the best pushers, but they do everything really solid. They don't have a weak point per se. And you're right, they're also easy to play. I'll let you in on the secret pushing hit ain't worth the headache. Oh, I know. I've been trying to. I've been I've been saying that since the beginning of AOZ. But yeah, man. Also, Crafty, all the rapid fire rogues are no longer playing. I don't recall seeing a single rapid fire rogue actually playing, either playing the game or even playing rogue in general. Oh man, I will build rapid fire in a sec though. I know we all got burned up from pushing. I know it. I was telling people that yesterday. I'm like, bro, all the rapid fire rogues are all burnt out, man. They don't want to do it again. If I pop 4 potions to trigger Yak's Cax, the next non-basic skill takes a resource but does 100% damage with that overflow. Or does it only work at the top runes more to begin with? The overflow only works if the offering is more than what the bottom room requires. That's it. Right. I forgot to pop my elixirs. Alright, now we OP. As long as you can glitch this 200, I'm okay about pushing. Yeah, and there's a lot of builds that can do that. Thank you for the thorough answer. I'm most interested in Heartseeker, so probably gonna go down that route. You're just curious. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy Heartseeker. It's dope. I think it's probably my. I don't know if I would say it's my favorite build to play so far. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm also the person who loves tryhard, who loves a bunch of buttons. So like the ultra tryhard Rain Rails is a lot of fun for me because I love the ultra complicated nature of that rotation to do giga damage, right? But that's just because I'm naturally a tryhard when it comes to like mechanical game stuff. But in terms of just like speed farming around and whatever like that, and I love me some Heartseeker. Farming your gear for your Rain Rails build, but spin the win is not too bad in T4. Well, of course not. T4 can be done by like literally any C tier plus build at the moment. Oh, someone is using Umbercrux. Must be this rogue. What's he playing? Oh, he's playing Barrage. Dude's doing it's like victimized Barrage with the Umbercrux totem. First person I've seen this season do that. Yes, please show the power rapid fire this season, please. I think it's a bit underrated right now because literally no one's playing it. That's it. And like your top rapid fire players are not playing at all, or not playing rogue, or whatever. So there's no showcase of it. I mean, it's not gonna beat Renoveros or whatever, but I think it's probably like within like Death Trap territory. If not, maybe slightly better. Yeah, I'd make a case for the fact that it's probably Rogue's second strongest build. But I can't. That's just based on just paper. I need to actually like put it together and be like, oh yeah, this is definitely. But you want to switch to it in hardcore once you're farming enough for T4 and decent gear. That's, I would say rapid fire is pretty dangerous in hardcore. I say that because it's going to be difficult for you to keep up your barrier, and you need barrier if you're going to survive at all, period, in this game with Rogue. So like, I mean, I guess you could run without Starless Skies, and you might have a little more barrier uptime. Or I guess if you want, you could probably throw like the barrier wish power instead. So yeah, if you do go that route, make sure that you kind of have a way to be able to get your barrier. That's generally has been Rapid Fire's downfall the past season or two, roughly. It's just Aegis doesn't have that barrier uptime while trying to deal maximum damage. I don't see a Rapid Fire can compete with random resolution. Oh no, it won't. It won't. But again, when you think about it, at the end of the day, what are you competing for? What does Rapid Fire need to compete with? Like literally, like when you look at it, at the end of the day, like what do you try to like? What can you get with Rain of Rails that you can't get with Rapid Fire, and also etc. Right? I think that's like the real question at the end of the day. It'd be one thing if you locked out of content or something, where it's like, oh man, I can't get this content because, only this build can get me something different that the other builds cannot. And right now, that just doesn't exist in this game. Right? I guarantee you, let's say you clear a 132 on Rain of Rails, but you can only do a 125 on Rapid Fire. Or whatever like that. So you switch to Rain of Rails because you really want to get 130 plus. I guarantee you there's maybe like 10 people maybe at max that might care. And I don't know if the, literally, 80 to 100s of hours trying to fish for a Spirit Caller and all that is really worth, the 10 players that might be, be like, oh yeah, good job. You're one of us now, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, once you do it, you kind of realize how empty it really was at the end of the day. Because the people who you're competing against is an extremely small segment of the player base. Even somebody like there are some really talented people that can play builds that just don't push because they don't like it. So like it's like trying to be like a humongous fish in like a bowl of toilet water. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, no one cares what's in your toilet bowl at the end of the day, right? But if you want to be the biggest fish there, you can. But there's just not enough interest in that type of content. You know what I mean? Like, Crafty, have you seen Ben's latest PoE2 video rant? If you haven't, I think it's worth checking out. It's all much drama and D4 bashing. Well, in this case, it's actually the exact opposite. Ben completely thrashes PoE2. Like literally just, absolutely just goes all in on it. He makes some solid points though. Some of it really is just kind of like him just, you know, ranting, like just being really upset about things, and I don't agree with everything he says, but he has very solid points for why he says what he says, right? Like it's like when you listen to him saying, you're like, you know, I didn't think about it like that. You're like, oh, he does have a point with this. Maybe not that harsh, but he, you know, I could see why he's saying what he's saying. I'd probably ignore the comment section because, of course, they're just bandwagoning on, you know, what someone said, basically, which is kind of how most comment sections usually go. But Ben himself, though, I think would be kind of worth the watch. Vernilla, what's going on? You got $1 billion. I saw the screenshot you sent me. Very nice. Get this out here. There you go, Crafty. You might need to turn some like these subtitles on because he does talk really fast. So it can be easy to miss some of the things he's saying. But I was gonna like look, you know, go over it on stream, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do all that. And like I said, ignore the comment section. Because basically, kind of what Danger said earlier, it's just more like a, you know, people are gonna be like, "Yo, I agree. I've been like this since the beginning of Path of Exile 2. I've always felt this way. Everyone else was wrong," and you know, basically tribalism, but in the other way, like reverse. You know, basically bandwagoning is like, bro, you do not feel this way in the beginning. Don't even lie. don't even lie. You're just trying to catch the next hype. Don't be that guy. Sure, I mean distract. I'm just happy. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're good. You're not distracting. Not distracting. With that being said, though, Crafty, we need to get together and play some Monster Hunter Wilds for sure. When the beta comes out too. Do we all agree that skeletons are the worst? No, I was baited. I didn't see it was Conduit Pylon. No, or Conduit Shrine. They should allow us to be able to end the shrine effect. Like there should be a button for like emergency evacuate the conduit effect. And the icon should be like a Kappa emote. Nice little condos in D3. From a push perspective, I've always disliked it from a push perspective because it became to a point where like if you want a top 10 clear, like Conduit had to be in play. So if you did not get a Conduit that run, you're not going to get that top 10 clear. Like when it became that, or when it gets to that point, you start to hate the Conduit Pylon. Like at that point, just because, you know, same thing with power, like power Conduit, shield if you're running squirts or whatever, is pretty major. But so yeah, I mean it was too strong in Diablo 3. Whereas in Diablo 4 it's kind of like, why did I click that? Like complete accidental click. So it went from one extreme to the other. So I think they're bad in both games. When you look at it overall. Now for speed farming, you know, you get a Conduit in D3, you know, yeah, that's cool. But it became cancer for pushing, and I just didn't like the idea of, you know, I would have cleared had I had a Conduit basically in D3. Don't get me wrong, I did it. I played that game because I wanted my rank 1 clears, damn it. So I played that game. But you know, I look back at it now and I'm just like, man, I hated that. Although I did like playing a good map on D3, like a really good map. Pestering Woods, Battlefields, Fields of Misery, like good mob types. Give me the porcupines all day. At least for the builds that I played. Oh, whoops, forgot my phone. Using the preparation resetting, which is probably what you saw, but I'm not using Beast Volleys here. I'm using Money Rune and the Cax Rune to cycle Shadow Clone. That way I can use Assassin Strat. That's pretty smart, actually. Yeah. I know you're not planning on playing Death Trap, but do you think Shaco would be better than Perdition for it? Well, typically speaking, you would want to not run Shaco. Like, if you can find a way to not do it with Shaco, obviously, then you don't want to use it. Perdition is just way more damage. In reality, I actually still think Cal the Nameless is probably still a little better there. Maybe with it, like, for like the ultra push versions or whatever, just because Trick Attacks is still busted, even whether you're doing precision or not. But I think Air Perdition is a nice like stopgap, I think, for like most just regular Death Trap playing. But like you will see a Cal the Nameless version of it at some point when someone's trying to do a Omega Giga push. And you're gonna be like, damn it, really? Get back to this helm again? I'm like, yep. Everything comes around full circle to literally come back to oh whoops, that was a big last bite. Everything comes around full circle to come back to Cal the Nameless helm. I'll grab the yaks. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit more of this little farming thing and then build some Barrage, kind of see how I feel about it. Are you shaking mainly because I don't have air, but the race to core skills is nice? Wait, how come I couldn't port? There we go. I can't get by without cooldown from Shaco this time. Oh yeah, for your dash build, yes. But we were talking about the Death Trap. I mean, it's nice that Shaco has a place, right? At least somewhere, at some points, right?
Yo,
Games, what's going on?
We just got raided, son.
With
You
the
know how we
raid.
do. Drop my new beat for these
Y'all know how
new
we do.
viewers. Sheezy out.
What is going on?
Auroral Games raided my stream with 34 views.
How's it going? Nightmare Dungeon dropped me a 4 GA Pain Gorgers. Very nice, nice. I do kind of want to revisit Grass with Shadows with Random Rails. I still don't think it's like gonna be good, but I mean, it wasn't in PTR when I tried it. I was like, oh, this is pretty trash. And the fact that the clone only shoots one wave instead of two from the shadows, from the shadow clone itself, and I don't know if it actually uses the precision proc or not. I gotta get with Ava on that. Like, does it get the precision buff? I'm not quite sure. Hope your stream's doing well. I got a raid and run. I totally understand. 100% get it. I appreciate you. What are my thoughts on PoE2? Never got a chance to ask you that. I actually enjoy playing it. There are quite a few things I do like. There are definitely some things I don't like. But I think overall I had a pretty mostly positive experience with the game. I think I'm gonna wait until there's more things, like more changes, more like actual like class changes. The skill balances are pretty off at the moment, but it is early access, so you know I gotta give him that. But once I finished kind of playing the build, the one build I actually wanted to play on Ranger, I just wasn't interested in the other Ranger builds. They felt very, at least in my opinion, kind of vanilla. Sure, you know, some of them were strong, very powerful, like Lightning Arrow, but Lightning Arrow just feels like anything that I can get in literally any other action RPG. Kind of like a point and click, and everything dies on like the screen type thing, just with the lightning element, right? It does not for me anything that I find interesting, which is why I went with Toxic Growth, because it's like, oh, that's actually that's different, you know, with the combo and stuff like that. Like that actually feels different. I can't get that experience, that same experience in Diablo 4 or Last Epoch in that sense. So it's like, oh, that actually feels different. I actually want to do this, right? Everything else is more so like, literally like, you know, yeah, I can play Lightning Arrow and Gauntlet Legends technically, right? But I know the way I look at it is different than the way most people look at it, right? For some people, it's like, as long as it's super strong and powerful, you know, who cares what it looks like or how it sounds like or the animation of the skill or whatever, as long as it clears the screen, right? And I get it, for an action RPG, you know, the point is to feel OP at some point, but I don't know, like I'm more into the mechanical side of things, and I just don't really feel like a lot of Ranger skills really like appeal to me, even though I'm literally a bow player. So I was kind of disappointed in that aspect, but that's okay though, because I really love Toxic Growth enough for me to play, you know, to sink in about 200 hours into it. So there is that. Did I play Last Epoch? A little bit. I didn't play it on launch, but I did play it like throughout early access, because it wasn't early access, you know, like forever. I honestly think that Last Epoch has probably some of the best systems in the genre, but it does feel a bit dated. But it has the best skill tree, the best crafting. Like the best solo self-found mode for sure. Best trading. It does a lot of things right, but it just feels packaged in the previous gen action RPG, which makes sense considering that most of their development was during the previous gen of action RPGs, if that makes sense. So had it came out like 2.5, 3 years ago, I think it would have a much bigger following right now. And also more stuff, because you know it is a small team, so it's hard for them to push out content updates as often. But I don't think people don't really like give them any sort of slack for that. It's like, oh man, it takes forever to put out stuff. I'm like, yeah, but it's like 15, 20 people on their team. Like, you can't expect them to push out updates like, you know, GGG does or Diablo 4 does with way bigger teams, right? Like, yeah, I think the ultimate thing that kind of hurt not Path of Exile, Last Epoch is just really just the timing of his launch, in my opinion. I do need a new shard though, so let's go. Zarya was a similar ranger build to what you were. No, it's not. Or at least not what he was doing at the time, unless he changed. What I was doing was definitely different because he showed me what he was doing. He basically did Endario's Rogue on Ranger, which is actually quite cool. Like he literally went pure poison. I went more physical hit, which are vastly two different things. The only thing we shared in common is that like our skills had a green tint to them. That's kind of it. I love what he did though. Like when he was showing me what he was doing, it was like really kind of cool. I was like, yo, he brought Andario's Rogue back, but in Path of Exile. But it victimized Heartseeker a lot. We're gonna close quarters combat. Victimize is just in the best. It's just in the bad spot this season. The witch powers don't do much for it. The clone can't consistently hit where you want him to hit to be able to backload victimize damage. So like victimize is just not in a good spot this season. I don't think victimize itself is bad. It's more so everything surrounding the new changes just don't benefit victimize as much as the other key passives. I mean, technically speaking, you could play close quarters combat Heartseeker at range if you want. Like if you just don't want to get close and you want to like shoot from afar, that's fine. You know, pick up the Deadeye key passive, not key passive, sorry, the Deadeye skill passive like that. You can totally do it that way. But yeah, close quarters combat is just not only is it better, it just feels better to play too. Like it's like. You're just lazy. I mean, it's still easy. Like whether you do victimize or close quarters combat, it's easy. It's this. You don't even think about proccing close quarters combat. You just shoot. But you're just kind of like close range. That's it. Like it's not any less lazy than like, or any, you know, less lazy than like victimize Heartseeker. Like you're not doing more work at all. It gets a different key passive. I mean, does it look like I'm doing a lot of work right now? Like really, I'm just spamming Heartseeker. That's it. Practically. Because clone, you know, procs the cutthroat part of stuff. So I don't have to like, you know, manage those buffs. So I get tricks to the trade and the close quarters combat buff by literally just having clone shoot. Got any rooms you want to trade for the legendary rooms? No. Not for trade. I mean, I'll sell mine, but not trade. Just because I don't have, like, there are no other rooms I really want to care for at the moment. If anything, I need to go home. I'm broke. Sorry, I don't know what. I'm kind of feeling congested a little bit. Do I stream full time? No, I don't. Nope. I work. I have a career job in the daytime. 2 GH Verathio going for 10 bill. Yeah, nah. I mean, prices on items are pretty much like vastly inflated right now because of all the duping that happened. What's your profession? I'm a teacher. I teach music. When you go in the Seams Grand Gem, sell for 1B to 2B at the moment. Bro, I don't even have Grand Gems in my gear, yet alone being able to actually sell them. I'd be better off selling runes right now. And boss masks, actually. How much do boss masks go for? Or is that no longer a thing? Like a stack of mats. They used to sell for nice, but I guess Witchcraft, the Witch Tide has been really genuine with boss mats. Instruments for vocal? Instrumental. I'm a percussionist. You're on consistently enough to have full time jobs or 2 full-time jobs. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I guess you could say I stream semi full-time. I guess you could say, but I can't say full-time because I don't rely on streaming as my main source of income. Like, I don't make enough money doing this to really like warrant the switch to technically full-time. Right, like what I make for streaming and YouTube videos or whatnot, like I can pay cell phone bill, cover gas for the month, I can probably like supersize my McDonald's meal a couple of times throughout the month, like that kind of stuff, what I mean, like yeah, I can do that, I mean, like that's what Twitch and YouTube kind of covers, right? But that's definitely not enough to for like the big like mortgage and car and all that other like big stuff ish. You're a percussionist too? Used to? At least mostly drums. Did you were you involved in any like marching activities in high school, like marching band or even like DCI or indoor percussion or anything like that? Normally I don't really talk about it much in the stream because no one really knows what I'm talking about when I say that, but for those who who are percussionists, like exactly what I'm talking about mainly. Shards still seem super expensive this season. It could be my fault with the whole shard thing because I based the Random Rails build on Maxroll around that, so I might be responsible for the shard hike. I would say close quarters combat Heartseeker, but Heartseeker's not nearly as popular of a build right now. But streamers are always responsible for the economy. I'm not. Oh, you're not American. Okay, gotcha. You used to play drums for a long time. Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah. DCI and WGI are mostly United States. I wrecked the Heartseeker Rejoice. Then they teach percussion in school. You're talking about music or percussion school. Oh no, well, there's like after school programs here that that do focuses more on like the more, I guess you could say, niche things. So like marching band is that, right? Like marching band isn't during the day, during the school day. It's like after school, for instance. And so it's indoor percussion, same thing. Like, you know, like competitive indoor percussion, what like that. Usually that's like after school activities. And DCI is like pro. It's like basically the NFL or, you know, MLB or, you know, like that's like going pro. Unfortunately, you have to pay for it. Like, so you're not getting paid to be like professional in DCI or WGI kind of thing. But it's technically considered the pro level of that activity. Oh, we got the same party as yesterday. So without Starless, guys, it's not viable, right? You said you tested and have no energy. Are you following the guide, or? Because if you're following the guide, I tell you exactly how you can manage it without Starless, guys. If you just decided, hey, I'm gonna play without Starless and not look up how to do it, then yeah, you're gonna run out of energy and be like sad. But I will look at the Heartseeker guide because I have a starter, ancestral, and then a mythic variant. Best way to get in front of Horde Carpus's? Honestly, just do some Wish Tide. Turn in Whispers. Make sure you have keys, though. Make sure you have these Whispering keys, so when you open up those like little boxes that are locked or whatever, they can also obtain that too. It's just so goofy how big the shower cone gets. I know, right? Season good. I'm enjoying the season thing. And there are lots of like good changes, but obviously there are still things that they need to do, especially with the horizontal progression content, in my opinion, that they need to really flesh out and try to make some sort of vertical progression with those, so we can want to play like, you know, more long term. I think season 7 is great for like a week or two for those who like to play a lot, but then past that point, once you got all the builds you want to play, you know, you fill out your armory and stuff like that, all that's left is basically for vertical progression is pit. And if you don't like pushing, then you have nothing else really to do. So kind of the main problem that's been the case for this game for a long time. Yeah, but it doesn't mean you can't have fun until then. I think the idea of like, oh well, there's no there's not like really any real vertical progression. Doesn't mean that you can't have fun with the builds and stuff and the powers that you can make and put together with the content that's there. It just means that you just won't do it for very long. I think that's kind of the difference between like your average Reddit D4 hater, you know, like point of view, and like having like an actual like, you know, constructive point of view, right? It doesn't mean that there's no fun to be had. It just means that, you know, you're kind of out after about 2 weeks, which, you know, maybe that'll change in the future, maybe it won't. But I will say that you will have fun for those 2 weeks because the season theme is actually good. You know what I mean? Like, once Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, like that's what I'm grinding. Let's see. You got the butcher behind you. Hey, I play Rain of Rails Rogue, but I struggle getting one shot. Although I have cap, res, and armor on T3. What are you missing? Do you have your barrier up? Normally, as long as you're shooting and playing, you should have your barrier up. If your barrier is not up, you're going to take quite a bit of damage. And if you're getting one-shotted, chances are it's probably the lightning affix. So you have to give me more, like, you know, context, like, you know, what is one-shotting you? Everything in the game is not one-shotting you. But I guarantee you, if you're fighting, especially any sort of elite or whatever with like lightning affix, it's like way overtuned still, and that's just going to almost one-shot you all the time. Floor mechanics usually one-shot. If you have a barrier, that really shouldn't be the case. If you don't have your barrier up, then like, yeah, you're dead. Hello, you must hit the barrier part. Yeah. So like you see this little blue thing right here above my thing. Like if you don't have that, then your barrier is not up. And if your barrier is not up, you're gonna take a bit of damage. That's just Rogue in general. I gotta fix the whatchamacallit. I got a Hakan with GA cooldown finally enabled Rain of Rail after countless hours of spin to win. Rain of Rails is it's got some oomph. Put it that way. All right, you guys protect me while I fix my thing. Get my Thug Life glasses back in the right spot on the energy globe there. And let's fix the Maxroll thing. Yeah, I think we did it. Almost. Let's like one to the left, one down. Yeah, there we go. Imagine if they made a Heartseeker aspect that let it consume precision. Well, so here was my idea about that actually, Crafty. I actually think that that precision should just like you should be able to consume precision as long as the skill that you're using, the marksman skill you're using, can spend energy. So like let's say obviously with Sword of Varathio now, you know, your marksman skills or all your basic skills can spend energy now, right? So as long as you spend energy, you should be able to prop precision. However, I think doing it now in this season would be bad because of, you know, Rain of Arrows setup or whatever. For like the easier to play setup or whatever. But that was my initial thought of trying to find a way to be able to make marksman skills, you know, be able to prop precision. Because right now, if you're playing a basic attack, you know, close quarters combat is pretty much all you got for a realistic option of like a build in a sense, which I actually don't mind, I guess, and it doesn't bother me. Now that close quarters combat is actually like good this season, and we get an extra 25% base damage as a start, which I don't even know if it's like a bug or an accident or. But whatever, I'll take it. So if I want a boss farming build next to my Dancer Knives for hardcore, which one should you suggest? I mean, I don't really think anyone should really like have a boss farming build, like a build just for boss farming. Like T4 is incredibly easy with most builds as long as you have like the, you know, like a build, like the build's up and running with like the correct stuff. That literally switching to a boss build will only save you like maybe 1 second, if that. So I guess it depends on how many bosses you're running. Like if you're gonna run like 1,000 bosses, then you saving 1,000 seconds, you know, will equate to a couple of minutes of save time, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, but then you also have to think about the fact that you have to like make a boss build. So the time that you save for switching from having the boss build versus not having the boss build, depending on the build it is, by the way, you know, like you spent building the boss build to begin with. So it's really not efficient to do that in today's game. As I say, oh wait, so Dancer Knives on the Maxroll doesn't use better. But that's because it can't. Not because it doesn't want to, it just simply can't. So there's other defense solutions that Mippy has in there. Because the snap, yeah. Well, just because of the fact that Dancer Knives doesn't spend energy, so that's why. I mean, you can go with the Whisper, not Whisper, sorry, a Wish Power to gain barrier if you want. You could technically go that route, but yeah, Dancer Knives is actually bad on busting Team 4. It allows most of them to phase if they have phasing mechanics. I'd rather play any other skill to legit one-shot the bosses. I guess when it comes to the case of Dancer Knives, yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair. I guess in that case, you can just build any other build but Dancer Knives just for bossing if that's what you want to do. Also, welcome back, Anti-Scrub. Yeah, I should be in T3, but I like to get sweaty. Fair. Got all the best inside mythics for the TT2, and now I don't have the CDR I need to actually play it. Ooh. Did they squish the grind, or is that 280 guy? I guess he's saying no. They didn't squish the grind. Is that we have power creep, a lot of power creep. So With power creeping makes, you know, farming XP more efficient and easier. So now don't get me wrong, like going from 280 to 300 is a long road. Like a long road. No shard. Lame. Sato's only here for Undercity. I was invited to do Hordes. Sato's like, Undercity. But like honestly for me, the XP grind has no like merit for me. You can drop anywhere randomly. Yeah, but like Hordes is like the place you're gonna get by far the fastest because it's in the loot table of Hordes. Just like bossing, like you can get any of the uniques from any of the boss, or like you can get the uniques that drop from the bosses anywhere else in the world, but it's much more efficient to do it from that boss, right? But with that being said, in terms of like XP farming, like Paragon stuff like that, like honestly, like on all the builds that I play, I don't really need more Paragon. Like more Paragon won't do anything for any of the builds that I'm playing right now, other than like +5 dex per level. So like I don't have the like motivation to grind Paragon at the moment because it just won't do anything for me or any of the builds I play. So I have enough Paragon now to get all the important stuff that I need for the builds, and that's kind of it. You hate Hordes, really? I like Hordes a lot. I used to like it best in season 5 when they were more challenging in general. I don't like that they're kind of a pushover now, but I like the concept of Hordes, like in front of Hordes. I think they're, in my opinion, some of the best gameplay content in the game. They just really aren't that rewarding besides the unique that you need from it per se. But I think if there was some vertical progression tied behind the waves where like, you know, you can make in front of Hordes like considerably harder or whatever, like I think that content would be the way to do it. Graphic Shadow isn't buffing Heartseeker. How not? Why do you say that? Your ranks didn't go up? It will once you leave town. It doesn't go up in town, but once you're out in the open, it does. It's one of those kind of buffs. How can you not how can you not like being thrown into a pit with a million monsters? Exactly. And someone tell you about the chance of the mythic drop. It's low. It's better than it used to be in the past, but it's still like relatively low. I forgot the exact percentage. If you ran 50 or 60 bosses and got 3 mythics, that's about normal. That's actually decent. That's a decent rate, actually. But the type of horse I think is that it's a confined space. You don't like the confined space of a bunch of things being thrown at you. I much prefer hordes over pit, big time, in my opinion. In terms of the actual mode, like we're not talking about like rewards or anything, but just the mode itself. If I could scale hordes versus scaling pit, I would much prefer to scale hordes like any day. Like legit any day. There's way more going on in hordes. It has you feeling claustrophobic. Oh, okay. All right, that's a fair take. That's a fair take. Relique, what's going on? Running in a circle for 10 minutes gets you. That's because there's no like resistance, right? I mean, you can't fall asleep if horrors were actually difficult, right? Like right now, all the in-game content right now is literally like NT4 is literally just one-shot stuff for like good builds. So there's no resistance. Right, the moment that you have to try, it's a different story. Horrors feel a lot different when you have to try. That's why I said I liked them in season 5 when I played most builds, because horrors were like T8 horrors were actually hard on most builds, except for like maybe like 1 or 2 builds that if you min maxed out, like horrors were easy, but most builds you actually had to try, and that's what made it fun. Yeah, but if you didn't play season 5 hordes, it's kind of hard to understand like what that felt like. It was to the point where people were spending more time like wondering how well a build did in hordes versus how well it did in pit. It was one of the only other times where we had like another like metric to compare a build. It was like, oh, can it do T8 horde though, right? Because it wasn't easy at the time. But now in like season 6 or like that, with the whole rescaling of the difficulties from Torment 1 to Torment 4, horrors, unfortunately, like, is now just scaling with the rest of the content versus having its own scaling like it used to, kind of. And that's when it became just another farming activity with like no resistance, right? And the problem is that it's really not great for farming. because rewards aren't really as worth, honestly, for doing it. So like, that's kind of what happened to Hordes. It's crazy to think how many iterations of this game we played at this point. I know, right? This game has gone through quite a bit of re-imaging cycles, I guess. Oh, whoops, I'm sorry, guys. Autopilot. I'm coming. Got me looking for attention. New jeans, I know, right? Obviously, I don't really care for the lyrics for the song, but yo, the beat and the production value of the song like slaps. Like absolutely slaps. Like especially with like some really good headphones on and like a nice DAC, or like if you have a nice like SQL set up in your car, like the production value is like it's absolutely ridiculous. As for most K-pop, actually, most K-pop songs are really high quality production value. It is vibey for sure. I let my sister auction and she was bumping this. Yeah, he's like, all right, it's kind of hit. Actually, I would say a lot of New Jeans songs kind of like had that feel to it, honestly. But I think this was like one of my favorite ones by them though. Oh, here's another New Jeans song actually. Back to back New Jeans. Like this one has an old school vibe to it. Don't flame me. Oh no, I'm not. I understand. Sad they disbanded. No, weren't they like filing a lawsuit versus the for what was it, like treatment, mismanagement, sexual harassment, those kind of things? What's your highest pit with clear with Heartseeker? I don't push. I find pushing this game to be not worth. It's not fun, no value. I like to do speed. Like if I do pits, it's always speed pit. So with that being said, like I can run like 95s in 3 minutes right now with this, but I'm not like fully geared out. But I assume with Chinese gear and like, you know, a weekend of farming for the right map and Spirit Caller, you can probably like do 120-ish, 120, 122-ish or whatever. If you know, want to spend your time doing that. Hello, no player Heartseeker / Wish. My road 50 to do a following you guy. Now 60 T400 grinding is awesome. Nice, man. He likes the speed, but he's always the last disgrace. Bro, let me throw in Flurry in this. Some teleport with Flurry. Actually, I probably should, to be honest with you. Get rid of smoke grenade or whatever, because I don't really need it. How do you shadow clone nonstop? I just reduce the cooldown, basically, using preparation and Shadow Baratheon, basically. Now, of course, in Undercity, you also get like a cooldown bonus too, so you're able to, you know, for doing things in Undercity. So you can't really make that comparison usually. But yeah, I mean, I have clone up basically permanently anyway. I dropped Dark Shroud completely for mine, even in T100 Piss. I'll probably end up doing that for like, yeah, drop it for like shadow imbuement to get the 12% or whatever multiplicative buff. Awesome 2017 curry shit. Oh man. All right. Since whatchamacallit wanna talk some junk real quick. It's what we got here? What we got here is there we go. What pit does build go to 120? I mean, yeah, low 120. It's really good single target, which is what's the saving grace for Heartseeker actually. I mean, it clears well, don't get me wrong, but like its biggest like asset is really a single target, and that's something that most rogue builds don't like kind of struggle with, the single target. So it actually makes it for a, you know, an okay pusher versus other rogue builds. Outside of Rain of Arrows and Death Trap, obviously those are going to be your best. But King Titan, what's going on? Yo, where Danger at? Danger, where you at? Why Danger on the other side of the map? He got lost? Or is he lagging out, or he just need a taxi? Someone call it Uber for Danger real quick. Someone give him a ride. His character broke down on the side of the road. Someone give him a ride. Oh man. So you need a Sangare, I think, for 120 plus. I think that's kind of like the thing, though, right? Like you're right, but when anyone's asking what the clear potential is, you know, it's assuming Chinese RMT gear basically, and about like, you know, a weekend's worth of trying to hit that clear, right? So when I say like the numbers I say is literally with that in mind, because why I know no one's gonna really do that. But I guess people just want to know how high I can go, even though they're not going to do said thing, right? Because like most people who ask are not going to go through that process. Like they just want to know, can the build do it, right? Or I'm playing a build that's capable of doing the thing I'm not going to do, right? Can I explain why I'm taking Canny in my Paragon board? Because my Heartseeker is cold. It's cold imbued, which gets buffed by Canny. Ironically enough, the clones actually get the damage bonus of Cold Clip too. So Canny just makes sense. Do I think Rapid Fire is a solid build to use leveling in endgame? I think for leveling, it's a little harder to play, but you can like easily play into like the penitent difficulty leveling because the single target is so good. So like if you're like, you know, killing beefy things, especially like let's say, not saying you should level in a campaign or anything like that, but like let's say you chose to do campaign leveling. Don't, but let's say you did, you know, you have a huge success with Rapid Fire there leveling. But to be honest with you, I think any and everybody should really be leveling with Dance of Knives and then go to whatever build you want to play. So I will level with Dance of Knives first and then use that to farm for your Rapid Fire gear. Blame SB, what do you play? What build are you playing? Now people level up through pick carries. I guess. I actually might need to level an alt. Actually, an alt rogue. I might have to do that because there's a witchcraft power I think that gets worse and worse as you level it, and I need to kind of test my theory, but I don't have. I don't really have the whatchamacallit. You know, I have to make a new character to test my theory. Oh, whoops. I don't know why I went this way. Autopilot again. You playing Heartseeker? Okay. I still got a lot of room for Heartseeker, actually. Because I thought the abilities like kind of meh. It's still low. My shard can definitely be a bit better. Same with the Ami. Which one? Aura of Lament. I think honestly, I think a level 1 is actually like the best for that aura, because when you level it up, you get more duration, but the cooldown also goes up too. So once you kill and the whatchamacallit doesn't like jump from another target and that's it, then you have this long ass cooldown at the higher ranks. Whereas the lower ranks, the cooldown is a lot lower because, well, yeah. Yeah. I think that's the one that, in theory, I understand what they were trying to do, I guess, but it ends up being a nerf in practice when you level it up. So, there's only like 1 or 2 rogue builds that even uses that power, and it would be way more beneficial if you didn't level it up. Flurry Rogue good, yeah. I forgot to push up my buttons. Did this build use Ranger Glyph? No. Ranger Glyph is dead. Like, unless they change the way that all the glyphs work again, you're never going to use Ranger Glyph ever. Have I tested unlimited Rain of Rails build already? Have you seen my video guide on Rain of Rails by chance? Because I'm assuming you're talking about the Beastfall boots with Barrage to Rain of Rails 1-to-1. Right, one Barrage, one Rain of Rails, one Barrage, one Rain of Rails. Because that's the only way you can unlimited Rain of Rails, which is really not really unlimited, but sure you can call it that. But the problem is that you're gonna have precision stacks up maybe 30-35% of the time, if that. So that means 65 to 70% of your Rain of Rails is dealing no damage if you go that route, on average. But people don't realize that. But I prove it in the video. Like I showcase that issue in the video. Not saying don't do it, just saying, you know, be aware that most of your Rain of Rails is doing no damage, and that, and what looks like a very pretty display of Rain of Rails being like shot all over the place. This allows for leveling and skip campaign. Yes. Yep. Just do Wish Tide. That's it. And you should level on like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, if that. You said your voice tried to make it work. It's just not. It just doesn't give you as much of a damage bonus as the others. Because keep in mind, marksman skills is additive. Just like all the other skills is additive. So what do you get from Ranger? You get 10% damage reduction because you held a, you know, like because you're holding a two-hand weapon, right? And then of course the legendary is just a little bit more damage. But why not just pick a glyph that just gives you more damage and then more damage? See what I'm saying? Like, where's the AoE coming from in this build? The many arrows that you're firing. You're firing about 12 arrows per shot, and I'm shooting 5 times a second. So, 5 times 12, you're looking at 60 arrows a second. That is, well, let me rephrase that. Let me drop that, because the clone comes out. The second clone only comes out part of that. So you're looking at about, let's say, realistically between like 45-ish to 50 arrows per second being shot. So like, I mean, when you have that many arrows shooting, I mean, you're clearing any pack. Say it gets us dead because it's victimized, doesn't scale with the damage dealt. But it's not just victimized, it's just literally Ranger glyph is just not a good glyph anymore. We stopped using it back in like season 2. Yeah, it's just yeah. Paragon just needs a rework in general, glyphs and all. They're waiting to a mid-season patch. What are you hoping to see from the mid-season patch? I guarantee you, I doubt Victimize is gonna get any love in the mid-season patch. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. Like the wish powers just don't scale well with Victimize, and the clone doesn't really help Victimize in the way you would have hoped. So unless they're gonna change the clone AI to shotgun with you on the targets you shoot, or change the wish powers to benefit Victimize, I don't think that that's gonna go anywhere. I guess my thing is that honestly, you can play close quarters combat ranged if you want. You don't have to really be up close if you don't want to. You can go with Deadeye Pass or Deadeye whatchamacallit, passive or in the passive tree or whatever, and just kind of play it long distance if you would like. That will still be better than like playing Victimized Heartseeker. They usually buff stuff mid-season. Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, realistically speaking, as of things that they could or would do, I'm just, like, that would actually help Victimize. I guess my question is, like, what are you hoping that they were buff? Maybe I should have asked that first. What are you hoping to see in like a mid-season patch? And for some reason, memories. Is this a snapshot or no snapshot build? Rogue only has one snapshot build, and that's Dance of Knives. And even then, I think people are starting to not or do some of the no snapshot stuff on Dance of Knives actually. But no, this is not a snapshot build. NBA Street Volume 2. I remember that. Not hoping for Victimized, but seasonal powers. Okay. I just don't feel like moving from period 2 in this current state. Any buff would be welcome. Especially if it's Victimized related. Okay. On a 4G Aorta Kron, very nice. Renovaros, I got 150 energy and 10-second cooldown. It's running well, but you're missing the damage. What is the main damage pusher? Well, there's several components. I would recommend that you probably follow a guide when it comes to Renovaros because it's can be a difficult build to play right. So if you're not following a build or a guide or whatever like that, I will highly suggest that you do so. I have one on Maxroll if you want to check that out. Speaking of Brandon Rail's video guide, there you go. Do you like the new witchcraft mechanic? I do like the powers, yeah. Some of them are buggy. As per perspective from Blizzard for whatever reason that continues to be. But the concept of them, I like quite a bit. Infinitely more fun than last season's season theme, if you want to even call it that. What is the biggest pit in this build? I'm assuming you mean like what's the highest this can go is that what you're saying? Like the pit level you're never gonna do or go for, sorry. With best in slot gear, meaning, you know, real money trading, Chinese gear, and a weekend of pushing for Spirit Caller, you're looking at about 120 ish. 120, maybe 121, 22 if you're really lucky. But we're talking godly gear, of course, you know. No one's gonna go that far with this though, because people who are gonna spend that kind of time pushing are gonna push with like the meta builds. I don't even think there's much reason to really like spend that much time pushing to begin with. But you know, if you're gonna push, you spend that kind of time, you might as well do it on like a meta build. If you're gonna do it. Is there a bump on your ass? Doing 100 on the highway. If you do the speed limit, get fuck out of my way. Hardly ever caught sober, and you about to get ran the fuck over. Love this song. Can dash work for CQC versus be Flurry? No, I mean, no, it can be anything. Literally, honestly, your clone procs your cutthroat skills at rank 5. So like literally, you don't even need dash or flurry or whatever to proc close quarters combat, the melee part of it. Are we doing Barrage build too soon? Yeah, I will. I plan on doing it in, like within the next hour. I'm gonna need you to put one in just to mark you down on attendance. I gotta see if I even have any, because I didn't farm after we got off yesterday, so I'm just now logging on when we did this again, and so I don't even know if I even have any. Wait, okay, I was like, wait a minute, where's the portal? Finally triple crit your grass for a +8. Only took 130. Jeez. Yeah. I gotta redo these anyway at some point. I just settle for these. I'm just like, you know what? This is when, like, that was when I just put the build together. So I was like, all right, that's good enough, I guess. I wish crit damage would work in D4 that way, so it works in PoE too. That way some rogue builds would be more viable. That's the whole system is completely different in Path of Exile too. I think that change isn't gonna be. Won't make a difference for a rogue, to be honest. Speaking of PoE 2, being beyond that, have you seen Ben's latest video on his rant about PoE 2? Yeah, dude went on, like, he went in on that. Slowly, you're probably gonna see other people follow suit now that he kind of opened the gate for that type of critique, and because he's highly respected in the community as like the best Path of Exile player, right? Then it's kind of like, you know, oh well, if he says that, that kind of gives me the gateway to actually talk like that too. It's not gonna go over well for the other people who try to do it unless you're like really big content creator. But point being is that you know, now that that critique is out from a player like himself, then you're probably gonna see others actually start to follow suit. See what happened to Ben? Oh, nothing. Ben just really hates Path of Exile 2. Like, he despises Path of Exile 2. Trashed it literally for like 14 minutes in this video. Like, but he said, I mean, he said a lot. It's like a 16-minute video. You're gonna have to like watch it or listen to it in the background, not watch it, because he's playing Path of Exile 1 while giving his take of Path of Exile 2. So you can just listen to it in the background. But how do you spell his name? Literally just Ben. I think Ben _ I think is what it is on YouTube or whatever. Or I have a link to the video if you just want to take a look. Let's click on that. I think Quinn made a point that we don't know. Maybe GGG placed the end games there so they can see what the power level was. See, well, that's honestly, I think that's almost that almost feels like coping a little bit. And the reason why I say that is because we pride GGG on being transparent with the communication. If that's what they really meant, then why didn't they just say that? Then the community would have been like, oh, this is just a placeholder end game. I see. Okay, the real stuff is coming later. I mean, GGG has always been transparent, so why not just be transparent then? There's no reason to hide what you're doing when your community already loves you for being transparent. So I think that that's just kind of cool. Because no one was thinking that. No one in their mind before Ben put the video out was thinking, or even had the thought of, oh, well, maybe there's a different, a whole different endgame coming or something like that. People weren't saying that. It wasn't until Ben, trashed it that people was like, oh yeah, well maybe, they have, no one was saying it. It's just not at this point. I think there's, like, if you don't like what Ben said, you can disagree with it and say, oh well, I don't think it's that way or that bad or whatever like that. That's fine, but like, to kind of say that, GGG is kind of like has this super secret end game plan and whatnot. I think they would have just said it. Why not? They have the reputation, right? They have the public reputation. The public loves them, right? Why not just say it? If that was the case, then the community would be like, yo, I'm so looking forward to the real end game of Path of Exile 2 or something like that. I mean, that would be a positive if you just said it at the beginning. Right? Why wouldn't they have said it in the beginning? Again, I'm not saying that I agree with all of Ben's takes, obviously, but I think it's telling from a person like that who almost never complains. He's someone who doesn't like to complain at all, in general, to come out and like make that big of a PoE2 rant. They intentionally made a bad game so they could surprise us. But it's just so interesting, the narrative now, I think. Because I mean, around this time in December, most people could believe GGG could do no wrong. Again, not saying I agree with his whole take. I mean, I'm still gonna play. I find the game fun for the way that I play. I guess you say, for what I do, I enjoy the game for what it is, right? But I totally understand his points. Like, I get why he feels the way he does. Moon's up. What's going on? But yeah, I think Quinn was just kind of coping a little bit because, I mean, that's like his main game he plays. or whatever, and he's having fun with it. And it's okay. It's okay if, you know, if you're having fun with it and a guy like that trashes the game, it's fine. It doesn't mean you can't have fun with the game anymore. Right? It's just a perspective in which, you know, some solid points were made, right? But it's a different perspective other than like the usual praise you kind of see the game get from other creators, right? That's all. you know what I'm saying? Like, I play 2K and people trash it every day. Yeah. Mostly the community. Any recommendations or idea on farming head rot more efficiently? I mean, just wish tide, honestly. I mean, you can do the root dungeons. They're actually, you know, pretty decent for that too, but I mean, that's kind of really it. If you have a lot of fugitive heads, you can. Well, no, never mind. Nope. I'm thinking about something else. You're welcome. Not even. Literally, that's like the last half of this song is literally that. Do with some. I. I'm sitting here just autopiloting on these face mobs over here. How do I like the Heartseeker version compared to Rain of Arrows? It's definitely not as strong as Rain of Arrows, but it's very fluid, super easy, does like everything well. It's just a very fun, super fast build to play. The armor for the season, yeah, that's been great. Summertime. Hey, I got a refinement. You fixed the bug with the socket items, yeah. I honestly don't even know how far they're gonna go with that, because considering that the season theme is only just, you know, technically for the season, how much work are they gonna make to do to make sure that those things work with the armory? You know what I mean? Like, maybe they'll do it. Maybe they'll do it for us. Maybe not. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. Sato, no. We don't need anything with crit chance. Nah, if you get a frigid finesse or something, well, no, you can't, because you're not playing really. If you get like a % dex one or something, I'll take % dex GA. Oh, the aspect. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even look at that. What was it? Oh, imitating beam. Oh, no. I'm good. None of my builds actually use that. Only Twisting Blades do, and the clone is not working well with imbuements, so yeah. Need a GA Heartseeker pants. Oh no, I got 2 of them actually, and this one's pretty decent. Maybe for Flurry, the imitated imbuements. I don't think so. Flurry's physical, maybe cold, and some variations. Like, and Dario Flurry is no longer a thing, so. I think I might drop after a couple of these, because I do want to build my Barrage Rogue. I know some people came in here for that. Like, you gonna do the Barrage thing? You do the Barrage thing? I'm like, all right, yeah. I'm gonna do it. Let me. I was gonna throw in the thing. You got a precision imbuements amulet? No, it's not. That's not worth anything. Nope. We don't even use that passive. Also, Sada, I saw your Shadow Step setup. Looks solid. I didn't get a chance to like message you before I like clicked on the stream button tonight. You changed a couple of things. Took off Assure's. Yeah. I'm not even sure if like Assure's work with the clone. No, sorry. Weapon mastery with the clone. You don't have the shroud down? Surprised you're at like Paragon 270 and you don't have a shroud chest? Dang, man. Unlucky, man. Bach is pricey again. How pricey? $500 mil. My shroud was a drop. I think all of my mythics I found that I'm wearing right now were drops. So I hadn't really have a need for runes, legendary runes, really. Heartseeker better than Random Rails? In terms of like power, no. Like pound for pound power, no, absolutely not. Nothing beats Random Rails. But in terms of just like regular farming, like T4 farming and stuff like that, Heartseeker's the better build for that. Like that stuff, like T4 for sure. But if you're like pushing or whatever, then you know Random Rails just can't really be touched. AD is Dancing Nice was a blasted level. How's it compare for end game, or is it valuable as a DPS drops off? Well, depends on what you're trying to do. What are you trying to do in the game? Like, are you trying to like push higher pit tiers, or are you just kind of hanging around in T4 farming a lot ish thing? It gets kind of really just depending on your goal, because Dancing Knives is not a good like pit build, like a good higher pit build at all. But it thrashes, you know, T4 content with good gear. Yawn.
Greetings. Hello. Hello.
There's my attendance refinement right there. Danger. That one. And bro, we been had 4-4. Like we got on that last level and we were like 10 mobs shy of 4-4. And everybody went all the way around. I was like, screw it out. I'm just going straight to the portal. Thank you for your tribute. That's right. My refinement tribute was the best tribute. It was the most specialist tribute. No, he says he's just farming for a build that can do pit 100. I think that's what he's saying. I think is that what you're saying? I think that's how I understood it. Yo, where's the portal? Yo, where's the portal? Oh, it's up here. I found it. I found it. I found it, guys. We could. It was like, yeah, what a portal be? Zeal, what's going on, man? How you been? I haven't seen you in a bit, man. Where you been? Or how have you been? All right, guys. We're gonna do it. Also, let me see if I can get that. What was it? Witching hour? I don't have witching hour gem working mostly. We're gonna put together Barrage. I promise you guys. So we're gonna do that. Not that I didn't want to take advantage of all the mats and stuff like that, but I did say I was gonna do some Barrage. So see. Oh yeah, gems. don't think I got the witching hour because I was looking for killing something, killing one or something to be able to.
Come, what have you brought?
It was killing one, right? That I was trying to get because I needed what wicked pack and then because I cut the okay, that's what it is. All right, so I need to get me another Eldritch sigil. Cool. And I'm gonna create killing wind. And then now I can do my diamond fragments. I don't have enough. Rip. Actually don't even need the diamond fragments in my whatchamacallit. I'm actually capped without the diamonds.
You have been busy.
I don't know. I just walked right past the person that can do it.
You have something. Show me.
Okay, that's nowhere near enough for me to craft the witching hour. It's a big question. What mechanic in the game that gives the most power increase? Is it masterworking or glyphs? I will say glyphs first. Especially the glyph that, well, it depends on the class too. Because usually there's like one glyph that scales with the key passive or something with Paragon board or something. So like, I mean, you really want both. I mean, it shouldn't be a one or the other where I'm just do glyphs and not masterwork, or I'm gonna do masterwork and not glyphs. Like it should be you want to do both. Glyphs are going to be the first thing you level up faster before you start masterworking, like in a serious manner. So.
Come, what have you brought?
What am I gonna do now?
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
I think that's like the last occult gem I have to make too. I think is the witching hour. Think what's going on? Appreciate the sub. But I only need it for like barrage and rapid fire. I mean, I can play the bill without, kind of. But it'd be better if I did. Ugh. Oh yeah, I was like, what am I doing? I need to get some basic gems. Yeah, I think I actually might need to just farm some Nightmare Dungeons actually. Or even some more Wish Tie for some gems, gem fragments. I don't think I really want to do the barrage setup without Witching Hour.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Teacher with the sub for 25 months. What a baller. What a G. Looking for Yorun. Get the ring here. Alright, we'll do Barrage soon, I promise. While Shaco appears. The name sounds familiar. Give me Heartseeker again. It's been a blast. Thanks for the guy. Yeah, Heartseeker's been a lot of fun. Blasting. Did you get to discuss Ajax leaving D14? I did a little bit yesterday, yeah. Because I found out yesterday and I was like, no. But yeah, I was sad about it. Part of me, I don't really know what happened. Like, not even like an insider thing. I don't even know what happened in that sense. But if I had to take a wild gander at it, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but I'm sad to see him go. I do think that, you know, as a developer, right, especially like a lead developer for a team or something like that, you being in a situation where you don't really get to have, you know, a lot of say so, I guess, at the end of the day, and a big major company, I guess, kind of stifles creativity and ends up being like, you know, it can take a toll on you. So if I had to guess, I would probably think it's probably along more of those lines. But I don't really truly know for sure, if that makes sense. Also, Peter, do you have a good shard of Arathio by chance? Like a pretty rad shard? Or nah? 'Cause I think the two builds I want to invest in would be Heartseeker and Rain of Arrows in general. So the shard will be for Heartseeker, of course. Can I please help you out with gear for Rain of Arrow build when you're not busy, please? If you have any extra lying around, like, I mean, like what do you need? Yeah, like, I mean, if you just don't like have like a piece or so, then yeah, like if. Think of fitting share user aspect and playing poison trap for a pit push. Why share misery though? There is something I thought about though. I thought about doing going with subverting smoke grenade for the poison, and then going with noxious ice instead of like concussive for the extra damage. Because that's 40% versus 25%. You can do that. Because apparently noxious ice procs from subverting. Oh, you mean like with the share misery knock down monsters outside your trap? Should. I see what you're doing. Okay, I see what you're doing. It should. Try it. Doesn't that good for T4? For T4, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 59-3. Like I got a while to go still. These sigils are terrible though. That's a Rust layer. Oh, I gotta see this charge you linked. You know, GA. You said GA for task people. That's probably like the best stat to have a GA on, honestly. But okay, mine looks exactly like this actually. like literally exact. Like the first one you have is like exactly like that. The second one actually wouldn't be too bad. Just the attack speed though. Man, the second one's actually really nice. If only it had like a GA on the attack speed as well. Nah, but I think I'll have to pass. But thanks though. You know what aspect of your party plays? Probably concussive strikes, yeah. Unless you just want like better stagger on the pit boss, then you might want to keep concussive strikes. That's a tough call actually. Just solo T4 do on your little road. Nice, nice. What's the best way to farm gem fragments? Honestly, I really don't know. I mean, they drop from elites basically most of the time. I guess assume Wish Tide, I guess, but I mean. Kill elites, get whispers, yeah, pretty much. I'm trying some nightmare dungeons because I also want master worker materials too. So I figured I'd do both. So you're getting burnt out with blue tide. So we're having not one-shotting a boss and having to do the mechanics again to refreshing. The mechanics aren't that bad. I know people like used to, you know, kind of crap on, you know, D4's bosses or whatnot, and relative to Path of Exile 2's bosses, which Path of Exile 2 does bossing really well. Or at least the bosses mechanics really well. But D4 bosses don't have, most of them don't have terrible mechanics. You just don't ever fight them. So it's like, yeah, we don't know what the mechanics look like because you don't fight them. But once you get to a certain point in Path of Exile 2, you don't really fight them either. So, you know what I mean? Like, whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Am I planning to play some D3 this weekend? I don't know. I'm on the fence. I want to, but I also got quite a few things I want to get done here as well. So I don't know. Wait a minute. I don't think I got any diamond fragments that run. What? For real? I might just do hordes then. I got a bunch of 6 key hordes to get rid of anyway. Yeah, stop hitting me. Augmented mass carries from jail. Oh yeah, I gotta go and check them out. Speaking of which, I got a little something. She probably has a lot because I was in the group with her. Yeah, okay. I might be closer than I thought. Appreciate the sub, Bruno. 9 months. What a baller. Oh yeah, those things. Yeah, because he also dropped gem fragments after each wave. Forgot about that. Max pit with this build. Well, with very good Chinese RMT gear, and about a week into fishing for Spirit Caller. About 120, the low 120s. I'm assuming like 122 is probably like the cap. All of it. Yeah, I don't really do the whole pit pushing thing. Appreciate the follow. I'd probably give up a foot for fragments at this point. Jeez. Zonk the bonk, what's going on? Oh, just not me that's cursed with sucky options and hordes. Oh, all the time, man. I get shitty boons all the time. Yeah, 10 wave with 310 A3 yesterday. Grief. Yeah, they really do need to rebalance the boons, man. Surprised like 2 seasons have gone by and they haven't like at least looked at it and be like, maybe these other boons are like terrible. We should, you know, help, you know. Oh, finally a good one. The very last wave though. Is there a mega difference between your glyphs being at level 80 or 100 and like damage output? Not really. I would say if you get all of your glyphs from 80 to 100, then you'll see a difference. But just one glyph, nah, probably not. But I will say the one that scales with your key passive on Rogue or something like that, that's the one you definitely want to get to 100 first, because it scales multiplicatively as a with your passive in some way. So like, also the ones that buff surrounding magic nodes or rare nodes or whatever, that also scales with your key passive is also pretty major. Which one is that in the Heartseeker build? Turf. You want, yeah, turf basically. I guess I just don't get any like really any diamond fragments. I get all the other fragments, but diamonds just seems to be like the one that just be like, nah, man, I don't want to give that to you. That's actually not bad for a different build. I'll pick up the whatchamacallit in case I get a better adaptability. You don't use closure. Closure buff doesn't scale with close quarters combat, at least not to my knowledge. I could be wrong. And then the multiplicative buff on closure is what, just the regular buff? I don't think it's a scalar past the norm. I could be wrong, but yeah, so like the legendary bonus, isn't that just like a secondary bonus? Like it's a regular multiplicative buff that oh, they fixed that. So is it like a 10% and then it's 10% into close quarters combat as well? So so it double dips? Okay, so I did not know that. I did not know that it double dips. The diamond's a bug on drop of something, drops none or 400 of one. All right, well, it looks like I have some piss to do then. Level up my closure glyph. Was not aware of that. Well, I guess how much better would it be over something like Headhunter or like? I guess if it goes into close quarters combat, is it like a big difference, or? I guess I'm gonna just try it.
Did I count it out right? I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
I guess I got to figure out what I would trade it for though, because like, look at the Paragon now, right? I guess Kenny. That my bartering is 4 out of 8. Actually, why is my bartering 4 out of 8? What I gotta do? I don't remember.
You demand.
Oh, I have to level the other people's, right?
I've been practicing.
Yeah, I had to level Subo and the other whatever. All right, well. Yeah, I guess just switch out, I guess. Actually, no, wait a minute. I might still need right here for my resistances. Let me be careful real quick. No, I'll be fine with that right here.
If you're sure.
We'll just hire you. I'll go this way, who cares? And I'll hire you.
I can do what you need.
Let's go this way. And I guess we'll just... I'll probably just super speed 90s. 85 90s to get the closer glyph up.
Yo, Doc,
Scream hard with the raid.
we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new
What is
beat
up?
for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
All right, Scream hard. You have a good one. I totally understand.
Scream
What-
Heart
what
rated
part
my
of-
stream with
what part of the
32
world?
viewers.
What part of the world are you in? Like, where do you live in the world? Because you said dinner. I'm assuming like Australia, New Zealand, somewhere around that range. Oh, South Korea. Dang, I'm not even close. All right, man. You have a good one, man. Yeah, we're gonna go back to, and then I had a point somewhere. Where did I pull a point from? Oh, Dark Shroud, that's what it was. Okay, well, I guess we are going to speed farm some pits. Also need fragments for the closer glyph too, so that's also that. It would be best for speed farms. You mean like T4, like Torment 4 speed farming? Because there's like a lot of builds that are very good for T4 speed farming. 'Cause at that point, it's just about movement, being able to move quickly, move and kill quick. So really, I guess I don't really need to level up this glyph and past like 46 really. Yeah, but man, I got some decisions to make because I really don't want to play the Barrage without Witching Hour, but I also want to get my closer glyph up too. But I'm like so low on like diamond fragments that I don't know how long it's gonna take me to farm that before I can truly get the bill online. Yeah, I just don't think it's worth it to run Barrage without Witching Hour. Any core skill, any core build without Witching Hour, basically. Like I feel like I went backwards. There we go. Three GM. I just want to see what I got. What they wrote on it. That's sad. The game crashes at the wrong time, man. It always does. It knows you're doing stuff, right? It knows you're trying to do stuff. Didn't want to see us win. I mean, drop out protection at least in the pit. Oh, it's only Emerald for closer. Nice. Kind of wish Penguins would crit as being insane. Actually, it's just bug. Like it's been bug all this time. They're just multipliers that don't work with Pangorgers right now, which is why the proc numbers are a bit lower than your actual damage. But yeah, like if all this stuff works like it's supposed to, Pangorgers would be best in slot, I think, for basically every basic attack build. So I've been trying to get I've been kind of trying to get them to fix that. But you do got a point though. I guess running with Poison Trap over Dark Shroud, if you can survive. But then you do got Veriana, who also can knock down. She does a really good job of knocking down. It's just that she's not as consistent. You can't really control it. So when it happens, you get major DPS when she does it. From Malice. against the wall. It's hard to get them clumped up. Yeah, I mean, I guess at that point, if you could try to get Piranado or something, or I don't know, like the frog or something, the toad to pull things into an area or something. But like, I think every option you take though, I think it's just pretty much a sacrifice, right? You're sacrificing DPS for potentially better DPS. You know what I mean? So. What's my attack speed? I think I'm at the 12th frame breakpoint. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I'm at the 11. I don't think I have the roll on my Starless Skies to reach the 11. Or maybe I do. I'm not sure. Oh, I still got fire resist on my ring. I meant to roll that off. Maybe I can roll the attack speed and then reach 11. Yeah, I'm not gonna be at the 10 frame now. I can't get another attack speed to reach there. But I should be about the 11 frame if I'm not mistaken. Or sorry, 12, maybe really close to 11. Let's see. Because I forgot to change out this thing right here on the ring. Let's see, roll some attack speed on here. I'll probably feel the difference if it really is the breakpoint. All right. Let's change the Paragon board glyphs. So I think really only Candy's the only one I can give up here. Every other one is like quite big. So where do I have Candy? I have Candy here. So closer. Oh, I really gotta level that up. That's right. It's a legendary FX. I mean, a part of me thinks that this is probably just only kind of like just as good as Candy. Could be wrong. I don't know. I like the idea that it does double dip, but like. The strength is over there. How many do I need? 20. Oh no, I need Dex. What am I doing? Dex. 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 Oh, wait a minute. I don't need intel, so remove that. For Dex, there we go. We activate that. So yeah, you're probably only getting 1/3 out of the glyph. That's the thing though. Like I guess like that's what I'm saying. Like you get the damage to close enemies, but you double this with close quarters combat. But I don't know. Like, is that double dip worth more than the 15% that you just straight up get from Candy? You see what I'm saying? Like, I think that's Then again, I guess Candy may not really even buff the clones though, right? What about Chip? I don't do physical damage. But I guess I'll keep leveling the whatchamacallit, see how I feel. I'm gonna do Chip for Barrage because that's physical, but maybe my clones will benefit from the cutthroat damage though, even though it's additive, I guess. Versatility is also good for clone. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that too. Does the effect show up in on close quarters combat key passive? Like does the double dip show up on the key passive? Okay. Worst case scenario though, I do actually get some toughness though. So if it can at least equal out to what Canny does, but also give me 10% damage reduction, I guess that's still kind of a win, kind of. Speaking of which, I wonder if there's like a better option than Starless, guys, though. I would assume no, because like there's like no main stat that you can roll on a Diablo scale other than like rolling close damage, right? Close damage and then the passive. Dex is nice, but I mean, then I would need a passive to make up for the 50%, right? Or not passive, but an aspect to make up for 50%. I don't think we have anything else that's as strong. Definitely need to add more ranks to innovation if I did that though. If I want reasonable sustain. So I'm gonna come off cooldown a lot faster though. Probably can maybe reach the point where you can have perma unstoppable the entire time, maybe. Am I using for her? No. No. But that only buffs my clones though, right? So overall 50% damage buff to my clone. And that's only after I cast my clone enough to get there. I really don't like that aspect, to be honest with you. I really don't. Like, it almost feels like Fist of Fate, but in a like stacking way. Like your damage, you know, you could get the low end of that when like starting off a pit boss fight or something in speed farming or something like that. Like you're at the stack 1, you're just like, oh god. And the next pit you could be at like stack 7 and just delete it, right? It just makes things so inconsistent. If I didn't have to use it on raining arrows, I wouldn't have. But I'm already using was it Behemoth? Trying to think, maybe that's conceded. I could probably pick up a Retribution. I really don't want Retribution. I really don't want any like crowd control aspects. If I can avoid it. Conditional aspects, I guess you can call it. I like the single target of Heartseeker, the nature of it. But yeah, true. But it had carried me. Think on your push. I think like on like a long boss fight, I guess is okay. I think the unfortunate part about it is that like if it you know, let's say on like the staggers, right? Like let's say you stagger the pit boss, you know, it'd be very unlucky that you're like on stack 2 or stack 3 on your whatchamacallit during that stagger. All the staggers, right? So like I guess it really just depends. So that I guess there's just a lot of RNG in that, because like once you stagger, you're gonna want that to be like stack 7, stack 8 plus or whatever during that. But there's just no way to control it. So you legit can get completely different results if you just get lucky enough with when the stacks occur, or what stack you're at whenever you get around to staggering the boss in like a long fight. That's kind of what I dread about Rain of Rails going into like the pushing part of it, because that's legit what's happening. So it's like another layer of RNG that's just gonna be able to piss you off when you notice how much RNG is involved in that aspect, right? I didn't have my clone out. I was like, oh, I'm not doing much damage, and then clone came back out. Currently running CP Barrage build of a Paragon level, should I expect to be able to advance to T4? I don't think it's really about a Paragon level. It's just more so, do you have the right pieces? Honestly, that can be at literally any Paragon. So I would just imagine you know, like let's say like having a Sky Hunter, for instance. If you're doing come up points Barrage, I would do Sky Hunter over Wind Force. Although I guess you can do either or, but I think Sky Hunter would make a little more sense. If we're doing like preparation or something, then I definitely would say Wind Force would be better. You do T2 and you're Paragon 89. Okay. That's not bad actually. Yeah, I mean I think Sky Hunter is a pretty big DPS help for a combo point build. So if Sky Hunter and Combination Dagger, you get both of those, T4 should be a breeze. At that point, it'll be whether or not do you have the resistances and armor to be able to survive in it. But your damage should be nuts. Rick, what's going on? Hey, Dad, when you have this Gunner's leather on, do you know how the inner sight works? I mean, you just get more duration on it. That's what happens. Yeah. If you use preparation, then there's no reason to use that chest. You said you want GA on the crit strike damage on the build, but also high chance on marksman to prot trice. Yeah, basically, like if you can only get one GA, then basically you'll want it on the crit damage, and then you'll master work the projectile chance for rain of arrows. If it's the opposite way, if you get like a GA on the projectiles, but not on the crit damage, then you would just master work the crit damage. You say you still get the tags and the core bonus as far as, you know? Yeah, true. I was gonna go a little further into it until I realized he was using preparation. I was just like, oh well, then yeah, if you're using preparation, you don't want to use that chest anyway. It ain't worth for that. Shroud's Shroud, so it's just way too good. More so because our trick attacks is just way too good. Just one rank in the trick attack with Shroud is like worth the chest alone, especially if you're playing a precision build. It's kind of silly that it's like that. I don't have my right mercenaries for this, but oh well. I have no extra damage or anything on in him for this 95. I'm not doing bad considering I'm missing like 4 or 5 tiers of damage. About 4 pit tiers of damage from. That's a little bit more. And I have my mercenaries in this. My main mercenaries. Watch the enemies in the enemy map. Subo, the mercenary. Could you swap to the build? My Hakan doesn't have GA cooldown. I mean, you can. Just be aware that you're gonna cast Rena Rails less. You're gonna have a longer cooldown, so it's not required to play the build. But if you want the build to function, like if you want the build to feel good to play, you're gonna want the GA on it, on cooldown. Either that or roll ultimate cooldown reduction, like Rena Rails cooldown reduction on one of your rings to compensate, which is actually what I did early on. Infinite years, 1-star Heartseeker. Would you make a minimum level up with it? No, you can't. You can't really level with Heartseeker. So no. Go with Dancing Knives first. Farm for Heartseeker gear would be my recommendation. Yeah, man. Shadow was up. Did it fix the Shadow Clone bug yet? Well, there's many bugs, not one. But no. It really only really affects like imbuement based builds. Like Shadow Clone is actually still really good with direct damage. Like very good with direct damage builds. Such as the build I'm using right now. How's the season going for you? Not bad. I actually like the season 7 powers. Instead of the behavior bug. Oh yeah, that too. Abriam, what's going on? What is her con drop? Gregory. Just casual leveling Blissful Heartseeker. I didn't mean pick up all that. Oh well. Whatever. I think that's good enough. It says you should go Scoundrels with your specialist preparation and not inner sight. Because the Scoundrels Leathers turns your Death Trap into a core skill, that's why. That's why you go Scoundrels Leathers on Death Trap itself. At least that build. For anything else you wouldn't do that. But like for Death Trap, yes. The extra power. It's not really about the extra power. I think some of the effects are actually kind of cool. I'm not really the biggest on power creep in the game that you already kind of thrash and smash through almost everything anyways. But I mean, the powers are interesting. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say. All right. So now that is the case, we really need more diamonds, diamond fragments, man. I can't play my Barrage build without it. Without. How much XP did I get from? Oh, I just got a lot. Let's just. How much report I get? Okay, not too much. I stuck at Variana. Whoops, that's an accident. From Undercity Ancestral Boon for gem fragments.
Worry about you, Sybil. Once the Lotus has its claws in you, it's damn hard to rid yourself of it. I fear we must have help.
For gas. That's Heartseeker. Doing great. And no, it's not stronger than Rain of Arrows. Usually the next question that comes out afterwards. Let's see. Oh, for GAs. I see it as a boss here. Maybe I can get lucky with some whispers and materials that way. You guys are already 200 plus 4 Paragon, but I still have items with no GA. What am I doing wrong and how to fix that? I guess it just depends on the content you were running, but I mean, sometimes you just may have just not, maybe just got unlucky with the drops you needed. That happens. And this helps. Goblin helps. Green Talent and Guru Host got plenty of loot. I don't care. Oh, for him, yeah. Yeah. I mean, basically, if you hung out in like Wish Ties quite a bit, you should. It's kind of hard to imagine not having at least one GA on every slot kind of thing by now at 240 Paragon. Bad. Lame. I had no idea to understand that boss mechanics, yeah. When they live long enough, yeah. Gym frags this season feel real bad. I think certain ones feel worse than others. Certain gyms. I don't know. I feel like I've always gotten less diamond overall, like diamond frags than the others. Somebody's buying bus mats actually. Distill Fear, Living Still, 300 million a stack. Is that the price for them? Here, let me see what my stat look like. I might can actually. What does he do? You're looking for that, and steel? Which type boss just like 500 every time. Let's see. He's at Saragar. So where do you see if you use Scroll of Restoration before actually using all your tempers? Technically yes, kind of. It's a convoluted way of doing it. You got to make sure that you turn Is he gonna throw in the offer? Okay, so yeah, blame. So what you could do is so you have to turn your error notifications on and then try to use your Scroll of Restoration on any item. If the item says you have not used all of your tempers yet, so it doesn't work, it means that you haven't used a scroll. If you use the scroll and it says you've already used the scroll, then that's how you know that you've used it all on it. So that's the best way to tell. Yep, that's the workaround basically. Is Harlequin Crest on Rogue being too defensive? I mean that's up to you. That's on you. I like if you're even if you feel like you're squishy or you're like you're dying too often, I still wouldn't use Harlequin Crest on the Rogue. On a Rogue that is. On most characters either. There are better ways to go about getting defense without losing so much offense in the process. Where's that Jim Frack elixir? I know, right? I'm not good at playing, but that's the best source. Maybe I should do that more. I've been swapping between builds a lot recently, trying doing pet to catch up glitch because every build I've tried to season feels either lacking or clunky and bad. Which was at the opals. The opals would have been pretty nice actually. Not even gonna lie. Maybe he's waiting on me. I don't know. Got some more blood and I can do throw in some more distill fear. See if I can catch another 900 mil. Or maybe he's AFK. Who knows? Yeah, 0 armor T4. Do you have any armor rolls on any of your gear? Yeah, maybe he's AFK. Cool. Oh, whoops. You're gonna swap the death trap from death trap to rain of arrows. Weird enough, I can't handle T4 in your death trap. Really? Death trap is kind of blasting. I mean, rain of arrows is also strong too. So going to rain of arrows is not a bad option by any means. But I'm surprised by the death trap thing because it's doing pretty well. All right, I got a couple of bill from that. I'll take that. We'll take that. The Kiowa shed? Yeah, let's go to Kiowa shed. Alright, we need some diamonds, y'all, because I can't barrage without the diamonds. Without witching. Or at least barrage properly. Got so much close gens forced you to use that damage cells. I mean, fair, yeah, I guess. True. Alright, hold on. Let me switch to the ultra speed version. Remove Dark Shroud and take Shadow Step. There's that too. I really don't even need Cow Traps or a Smoke Grenade either, so. But yeah, I guess I could also throw in Shadow Step. But I like Flurry a lot, man. I don't know what it is about the teleport, but and it also spends energy, so that's true. Shadow Clone thing. Not that I need it, but still. For the speed memes, okay, yeah, I guess true. I can just go literally all all the movement skills. Just cause, right? Cool to see another, like, you know, true Heartseeker enjoyer though. Like someone like actually like going full in, masterwork hamming it. I think I will. I'll go ham on it, masterworking, like after I do my Reneville setup. So I want to fully masterwork that and get like the real good stuff for that first, and then I'll go back and like ham the Heartseeker, because I think those would probably be the two builds I play the most this season. Pending how Rapid Fire feels or Barrage feels. Mr. Bob Dabalina. It's a good build, man. I think Heartseeker's in a good spot. Like, you know, per what's important in the game, right? In a sense. Easy leveling of your glyphs. Does everything well. It's got hella speed. Simple to play. They die and breathe these Heartseeker players, man. I don't know what you're talking about. We still going strong. Nah. Nah. But if you want to build to be played to be popular, just put an S tag next to it, and all of a sudden, oh, this build's great, man. That's it. That's all it takes. Are you guys we need to talk about that. Yeah, I know it. We're having a meeting this Saturday, right? I assume. And that's about how things are. I mostly agree. Also feel like some, not gonna call out any names or anything, but I feel like, you know, there are some, very few, but some people that want to move builds into a higher tier that doesn't deserve to be there, just because like they're responsible for said build in a sense, and it's better for, you know, their content, etc. And like, I don't like that either, but I'm just gonna leave that at that. It happened last season too. Not until further notice, yeah. I think it'd be nice if we did have a meeting this weekend though. Like, it can just be short, like literally like 30 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm gonna move mine down. Well, I think Saturday will give me time to play Barrage and Rapid Fire, and then I get to kind of move them around based on like what I play. Like, I don't have a personal metric, right? Like, I haven't played either one of those yet, so it's like I can't say what they can and can't do. I don't see. Well, yeah, that's all. That's kind of all I have to say about that. I need some diamonds. Give me diamonds. Diamond frags. Ruby fragments, really? Oh, I got baited. Wasn't nothing over here. Oh, never mind. No, it is. Best save your breath for when the time comes. Season 5 was funny. Everyone wants Andy Rogue, and then overnight they all swapped the Spirit Sword. I think the way Rob does it by just going in the order of highest pick, clear a tier to determine the build's tier, but then if it's special asset speed farm boss, and then he just put in the guild guy. Got a little tab at the top of the page for an introduction that has what the build excels at. like different color tabs that has speed farm and boss and the pit push. We actually used to have that on Maxroll. We used to have like the categories it was good at. We have it rated. Not quite sure what we did or why we went away from that, but I think we collectively agreed to not do that. I think anymore. I mean, we have different like tier, you know, different tier lists for different things. You have end game, you have speed farming, this kind of thing. End game is basically pit push, realistically speaking. But hey, dude, how far can you go on the pit with this build? Depends. Just like with any setup, there's always like, you know, kind of a max. So if you're willing to do what you would with any other build, like, you know, Chinese RMT gear with, you know, a weekend's worth of trying to find Spirit Caller for your boss, you're looking at about like 120, 121, maybe 122 if you get real lucky. Can you salvage occult gems? I don't know. Never tried. You want to get right back? Oh, there you go. I forgot events actually give some fragments too. Someone in Reddit did it for science. Okay, how far off am I now? 65k. I'm 35k off. Eyes are pretty bad. Oh, that's a max moonrise aspect. Do I have max moonrise now? I probably do. It didn't show up as, I'll call it. I don't know if I have it in me to farm to farm 35k fragments for diamonds tonight. Might have to take a rain check on Barrage tonight. Finish it tomorrow. I do need that witching hour though. It's kind of pointless to compare setups and stuff without it. Take handouts. I mean, like, you can't really sell gem fragments, right? You can sell like gems, right? And then I can break gems down. I guess that work. You donate 20k. How much does a grand gem fragment like give you for salvage? They cost a liver. Man, I just made some gold that I kind of want to keep. I don't know. It's 100k for it? Okay, yeah, I don't need that much. Why is there such a big difference between the grand and like the one below that? Like the one below that is like 10k for a salvage, right? So why does it go from 10k to 100k for a salvage in terms of like the tiers? Warrior diamonds give 10k, right? So I would technically need like 4 Wario diamonds, I guess. But I don't think that's really worth like selling for anyone really. Yeah, because I think each Royal Diamond is like 10k for a salvage, I think. Alright, Isaiah. Well, do 3. I could probably conjure up the last like 5k from just farming, I guess. I don't want you to waste a 4th one if you don't have to. Blame. Oops. Add me, because for whatever strange reason I have issues adding people. Heartseeker versus Rain of Arrows. What do you want to know? Blame SB, are you? Who are you? Or what's your tag? Who was the other? It was Abstract? He's a rogue player. Well, I mean, Rain of Arrows is Rogue's strongest build. So if you just want the super big numbers or whatever, or you're trying to push like the highest tiers you possibly can, then Random Rails is where you want to go. But if you're just looking for like a great overall build that you can also level your glyphs or whatever, that's a lot easier to play. Heartseeker is kind of where it's at, to be honest. Out of the two builds you mentioned, I'll put it that way. Yeah, you have to compare the two builds. Stay there? Okay. Well, Grand Gym? Are you sure? You sure about that? I'm not gonna hit accept unless you're unless you're sure. I think he's just going around killing things. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Alright, well, let's go build Barrage. Dude, that's all I needed. Well, let's get this turn in real quick. I got it now, though, but thanks, Amy, Army, and the others that wanted to contribute. Blood Diamond for sure. Yeah, I like both a lot. Van Helden, like I like both. Heartseeker actually exceeded my expectations a little bit this season. Like I knew it was good, but danger. All right, let's have that. All right, let's go Barrage. Or let's get the witching power. Witching hour. The good thing is I don't have to change up my Paragon board, like, at all. Literally at all. Establish this right there. Go buy the whatchamacallit. Dang it, I forgot I was getting away from any reset. I'm blaming that's me. Gonna make me respec and I'll let me some Barrage. I'm just gonna put it this way. I kind of don't really know what to expect from Barrage. Just being 100% honest. Like I don't know what to expect. If you're already playing Heartseeker, you can always try Barrage because they share almost all the same gear. Like literally almost all the same gear. So you're not really investing per se, right? But past that point, I don't know if I can like yet recommend something of that. But I guess we're about to see. My concern is whether or not the shadow clones will actually like, you know, like how they're going to perform. Because usually with Barrage right now, especially, you really need your Barrage to shotgun, right? Especially with the variation I'm about to go with. Like you really need the shotgun. So I'm a little concerned about it on like single target, to be honest. But in terms of just raw power, it should feel great. But I do have my reserves on like the single target aspect of it, but we'll see. All right, here's that wind force. So basically, I just need to change out to wind force. Change the dagger out. for a different dagger. Try this one. And maybe change the glove too. I don't know. Actually, I guess we can kind of keep the glove. See how I felt about it with the glove. And if I don't like it, dude, just then do it like a regular Barrage glove. That I do have one of. Where is that? That's Cervex. That's Pac Om. Cervex. Cervex is here. Honestly, do I even need to change out the pants or the boots? Probably not. I can literally just leave them both there. It's really just the weapon, and then maybe the glove. But what I do need to change out is the aspects, though, for sure. The aspects gotta go. So when your bar breaks and blinks right, and just when your bar breaks and blinks. So when you see like the globe break, it means that you're vulnerable. So the enemy made you vulnerable, and you're taking more damage. You want gloves with GA Barrage? I actually do have a GA Barrage glove, but thanks though. I'm trying to match it work this. Actually, wait a minute. I thought I had a better win force than that. I guess not good. That's not bad. But I thought I had a 3GA one. Yeah, I did have one. The 3G. I was like, wait a minute. Like this one's not bad. But this is not what. There we go. That's the beauty right here.
What do you need?
Honestly, I don't even know if I want the ranks to Malice or ranks to Barrage. To be honest with you. Probably Malice would be stronger than trying to do Barrage, considering that I'm gonna have so many ranks to Barrage. And I have knockdown from the Wind Force. And I have vulnerable, obviously, from Barrage. I think Malice is stronger. Movement speed. I'm not gonna try to be that picky until I am like. This upcoming Chinese New Year event any good? We don't know. None of us has played it. Hence upcoming, right? Really? Not +7 to Barrage. Normally I would say yeah, but there you go, Malice. Movement speed. We'll send it. Come on. No. Stop it. If. Okay, send it. I'll take it. That's fine. I really want more on Malice, but I'll take either or in this case. All right, there's that. Now it's time to temper the sword. Speaking of which, I guess I can also go another Shadow Clone to deal double damage now because I don't have to run the Shadow Varathiel. I guess that's a plus. So Shadow Clone double damage. Here we go. Oh, whoops. Oof. This agile category is just like ruining my day. All right. Scroll. Try again. I did a lot of Undercity runs and groups with some friends. That's where most of that came from. Damage to close enemies. All right, we'll take that. That's fine. That works.
What will it be?
Close damage. Critical strike. You know what? We'll just send it. I'm not about to. Ooh, max life. Okay, we won't send it. Shadow Clone double damage. I'm fine with that. Not critical strike damage though. Maximum life. Okay. That's fine. I'll take that. That's fine. Will 3B will go for Frigid Finesse and for Frigid Finesse today and lost it all.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
Okay, let me also go ahead and grab the Barrage gloves so I can already have that prepped. I think it's this one. I think I might have a. Okay, yeah, that's the only one. Okay. Um. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, crowd control. Bottom roll. This is actually kind of worth. I'll do the freeze. Let's see if we can get a better close roll though. Anything but like the base. Watch I end up breaking this. Watch. Just because I said that.
Need something forged?
Oh no, 53%. Sweet, sweet. I guess this is good enough, actually. This is fine. Good enough for what I want to do. Masterwork a little bit. Nothing crazy. Close damage. Close damage. Dex. Kind of want the barrage ranks, but considering how many barrage ranks we have, this is actually not bad. I'll take that. That's good enough. All right, so we'll throw this here as a just in case. Swap for that. Swap for that. Pacom is still going to be important, so we'll just see. Pac. Cervex is fine. I guess what gems would I want to put in here though? I guess I can do like, I don't know, do that. I'll do that just cause it really doesn't matter. Okay, so we got to remove these two aspects here. So let's do high velocity. And we'll do conceded. Actually, wait a minute. I do have an amulet slot too. I forgot. I guess retribution. Yeah, because I knocked him down, so. Yeah. Yes, this is. Did he just say Cobra Kai? He sure to say Cobra Kai. Okay. I think that is it. Let me change my wish powers a teeny bit. Let me see. Nope. I keep that. I keep that. I keep that. I keep that. And why do I have grow? Or I guess what else would I have instead of grow? Occult gems are insanely OP. They're pretty nice. Which files am I using? So far these 5, but I think I might actually get rid of this one. But I don't really know what for though. I technically have everything else. This will help. This will help me for my clone or whatever. Sharknado, a Piranado. Yeah, I could go a Hex Power and do that. But also making my clones deal, you know, my clone or clones deal more damage is actually not a bad idea either. I think I might just leave it as it is. I don't like the orb. Well, the orb looks cool, but I mean, it's like it doesn't do anything. Literally, it does nothing. I'm wondering. I think I should probably keep Voice of the Stars. Then that makes my clone deal a lot more damage too. Voice of the Stars and Witching Hour. Might be stronger than having friend of the whatchamacallit. Rose Grows max bonus 45%. Like that's a lot for like for friend of bog is a cheat code. I guess I have options. I can try any of them, either or. That doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I do need to change my whatchamacallit though. My mercenaries back to where I had it. But I got to give up one of them though, because like I actually think Friend is probably the weakest of the three, considering that like Voice of the Stars is a humongous buff to the ultimate. It does nothing for me, but it does something for my ultimate. Whereas Friend, yeah, we'll not use Friend here. In this setup, that is. I do want to buff Eldritch because that's going to buff this and this. I could use friend instead of this, but whatchamacallits are the best candy bar. I don't remember the last time I had a whatchamacallit. It's been a long time. Okay. Let's go back to the den. Okay, it's not letting me do it that way. Do I have to manually go there? A friend is ridiculous with Soul Harvest. No, that's a lot of decks. I don't know the math behind it. If I do that, I'd probably replace it with I'd probably replace Wicked Pack with it. I guess the unhindered thing actually would be great for a single target because then I can get more barrage hits on it. I'll just go all 3 legendary occult gems. Nutty. Alright. Let's do that. And then we're gonna I kinda don't really need Rihanna, so I guess I can keep Alkin, I guess. Level him up a bit. Oh yeah, I haven't changed my skills yet. All right, so to change from Heartseeker to Barrage, all I gotta do is literally change from Heartseeker to Barrage. That's practically it. Although I feel like I'm missing points here though still. What about the smoke grenade? It's back on the bar. Barrage. And yeah, that's it. Everything else is relevant. Literally everything else is relevant. I might need more innovation rates though, we'll see. Okay, so it's maxed. Okay. It's my stash. I'll put this weapon here. Put that right there. And I literally think that that's it. I could technically, I would probably need a better star list though, if I truly want to do this, like one with GA on the core skills per se, but I ain't got one, so we'll play with this glove. I'm not too keen on it, but we'll see how it goes. She's season 7 with the snapshot cataclysm druid. I'm gonna say the easiest D4 ability plays. Alright, so actually, why did I choose that waypoint? What's the witching hour do? It turns your core skills into Eldritch powers every second kind of thing. If you can get it to time with like a precision barrage thing, like where it always goes off when precision goes off, it'd be kind of nasty. But that's like impossible. Like legit, literally impossible to do. I will turn damage limits on just because I want to see. Now I'll turn it back off. But I think I got everything. I don't think there's anything else for me to. The win force. There it is. Alright, we'll do a 90 and see how I feel about that. See what I think. Also, I was like, wait a minute, why am I faster? And I'm like, oh yeah, the win force. Got false death with G8 life as your first mythic drop this season? That's wild. That is wild. Get growth scales off of Purge and Touch. Oh, instead of scaling growth. Well, I kind of want my damage to go up too as well. I think the growth only affects my clone, and in the case of Barrage, I don't know if I can really rely on it as much as I would like. I think that's kind of why I was hesitant to go like full on my clone here. I think I definitely want to do a regular glove though for sure. I don't trust my other clone. Dead end. Yep, this is exactly what I was afraid of right here. You see how my clones are like kind of like chilling on the outside? They're not like close enough to like really shotgun the arrows for a single target. Like Heartseeker would have like literally won. I mean, absolutely destroyed that in one stagger. Easy, like not. Let's change up the glove. Let's go with the regular glove. But then I guess I gotta figure out the aspect I would want to go with it. I don't think honestly don't think branching volleys is really worth. I guess what aspect would we throw on here though?
In all things. Let me show you.
There's accelerating. There's accelerating. Yeah, probably. Can't think of anything else that. Nothing stands out really. Yeah, I guess just accelerating. Maybe Fist of Fate. Let's go again. Yeah, but that single target was made me a little sad there. Accelerating feels better. I'll also try Branson Volleys too as well next run. I don't really see the value of it in terms of like what the build really needs, which is more like single target. It's a fun looking build though. Like all the arrows and stuff. Is there another damage dude or what happened? That was weird. Is Master Works on clone? I would assume Well, it says well, Edge Masters works on skills, right? Is Shadow Clone like considered a skill? All right, so it did feel better with the regular glove, and it's just better, I guess. I'll give branching volleys a shot. The clear will be better, but the single target won't be. All right, branching. Does Shadow Clone help with damage? It does. I guess I can't control what it does, which kind of makes it hard for a build like this on Barrage, because you really want a shotgun, like with the way this is set up. So I'm shotgunning, but my clone doesn't always do so where I want it. Yeah, see, my clear speed is definitely better with branching volleys. But then I get to single target, and then I'm just like, oh yeah, I forgot. I don't really do that too well with the clone not shotgunning with me. Just clone things, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's fun. I'm not gonna lie. Sit there and lie and say that all these zeros going everywhere, it ain't fun, because it is. What about Umbercrux? No. Umbercrux is only good with Victimize. It's trash outside of Victimize. Like even for a single target. Yeah, so that took 3 staggers. That's the concern. We're going branch and volley. So my clear was definitely better. Like infinitely better. But my single target took a little bit of a, well, stagnant basically. Currently leveling Rogue on your PS5 at 185 Paragon, 11 Flurry. What would you say is a top tier build for Rogue at the moment? Maxroll has Death Trap on top. Rain of Arrows is actually on top of Death Trap. I mean, they're both in the same. They're both S tier technically, but Rain of Arrows is Rogue's strongest build. And honestly, if you like Flurry, there's no reason to like stay. I'm sorry. If you like Flurry, there's really no reason to switch. Like unless you're planning on like, unless your goal is like, you want to like do like 130 plus pit or something like that, then yeah, go to Rain of Rails. But if not, stay Flurry. Flurry is a good build. There isn't. I just don't. There's no realistic reason to switch unless you just care about that type of thing, and that's it. Like you're going to smash T4 or Flurry. You're gonna level all your gems easily. You can speed farm 100 with Flurry with good gear. So it's like just stay Flurry. And he's just trash, dude. Single targeting at you. Yeah, I know. I'm my prediction is kind of becoming a reality. It is fun though. Like I will say, like I do like it, but it's like so the playstyle obviously is so close to Heartseeker because they do basically almost the same thing. I said Heartseeker has way better single target. Like it's like not even close. There's something in my eye. Hold up. Which Barrage was an S tier build. Okay, let's go Fist of Fate. Let's see if Fist of Fate will give it the push it might need or something. I don't know. All right, Fist of Fate, you're up. It's your turn. Where my Shank Rogue got at. That'll be coming up soon. Soon as in like after I do all the other rogue builds I'm responsible for it, so yeah, Shank Rogue is happening. Oh come on, Fist of Fate, you're better than this. You're better than this, Fist of Fate. Come on, come on. That took a while. I don't know. What am I playing right now? Barrage. Come on. My clear speed was definitely better with branch and volleys. Actually kind of hoping that just a fate will still give me enough oomph. Like this would be better on the pit boss. But my clear actually took a hit in the meantime. Never it is in. Don't you doubt me, Danger. Don't you doubt me. We gonna do it. I just haven't figured out which shank I want to use yet. I gotta, you know, talk with my, with my connects, I might do both actually. I do have a GA basic attack on pants, so I can literally do either or of the shanks. This effect for aspect only. The unique effect, basically. Yeah, that's kind of it. I was trying to see if I can just make up for not having Vector Voice, which is more damage in a sense. And all the other aspects don't really do much of anything. Oh, I'm out of energy? Yeah. I mean, it is Scourge, but still. This is gonna require... Is it gonna... Am I gonna get it before... No! Alright. So Bertrand Volleys with regular glove is a better result in general, but single target is just rough. I feel like open world farming for everything else, this is fine. But I mean, basically we're at a point where like, and this is probably one of the stronger ways to build Barrage this season, believe it or not. Windforce is holding his own. I just can't get the clone the shotgun like properly on like the pit bosses. Like if the clone could shotgun correctly on the pit bosses, like it would feel a bit better, like a lot better. The shorter one with the razor face. But that's the problem. I think that was a problem I initially thought of in my head in general. I'm like, I don't know how the clone is gonna act. And pretty much my prediction is pretty much what it is. So, I mean, but I mean, for everything else, my Inferno Horrors or whatever, this would be like really, really good, etc. But Dancing Now's a good endgame build. Never played Demon Hunter. You mean Rogue? But I mean, Dancing Now is good. Yes. It's not a good pit pusher, but it's great for everything else. Why is there a need to push pits? There isn't. But I know that's what a lot of people care about, is how high can a build go in pit. So that is the metric that is used to determine the power of a build, because we don't have anything else that scales in this game. But personally, I despise high level pits. I hate them with a passion. I wish that wasn't the metric in which we decide what build has what power, but it is what it is. I do a quick question. How are making things vulnerable on Heartseeker? Cold clip. Cold clip turns your Heartseeker into cold imbuement, technically. It says cold imbuement has a 40% chance to proc vulnerable, and Heartseeker has a lot of lucky hit chance on base. You make them vulnerable all the time easily. To know who has a bigger E ping. There is that too. The clout. Oh wow. I got gypped. I got gypped. All right, so kind of what I expected, but I was hoping that I would hit a little harder with Barrage so that I can at least get to a certain pit level where I'd be okay with a single target being kind of like not great. But like at the 90 though, like if it wasn't for Heartseeker, I'd be like, okay, sure, that's okay. But since Heartseeker does that better, like it just does that better. Like it's you're pretty much playing the same gameplay with the majority of the same skills and most of the same gear, and Heartseeker just does it better. Which is kind of sad because this is a pretty beast weapon, man. Like this Windforce is actually pretty beast. I kind of like I really like it, and the ranks to Malice you would think would make for some great stuff, but like with Heartseeker, the clone is way more reliable, and I think that's kind of where the difference maker is. Honestly, it's just that the clone, like, you know, the Heartseeker doesn't care like the position of clone, whether it's up close, whether it's far, whether whatever, it doesn't care. Whereas with Barrage, you do care. You care a lot. So I think it's just kind of rough on Barrage this season because Victimize is kind of awful, which was Barrage's second best setup besides combo points, cold Barrage. But if you do that, you might as well do not random rails, rapid fire. So it's the same exact build, but just with rapid fire. Right? You do close quarters combat Barrage, you can do that, but you might as well just do Heartseeker because it's the exact same build, but it's better. So I just feel like Barrage is kind of like in a very interesting situation. Like I'd be more prone to like moving it down to like B tier probably from A. I don't think it really belongs in A. It's not its fault. It's just the clones aren't smart enough to do what Barrage needs it to do. Do I have any Bach Igni Ohm runes? I sold most of my runes. I don't really know how many I have to sell. Are you looking to buy, or those are very expensive runes? Hold on a sec. Where I live, I am in Eastern Standard Time, so it is almost 6 a.m. here for me. Playing pin shot with Shadow Clone, having a lot of fun with it. That's gotta. I need to play that, honestly. Want and need are two different things, though. next is rapid fire. I actually wanted to do more with Barrage, but yeah, it's just like I spent the past 3 or 4 or 5 hit 90s watching my clone and seeing where it was and what it was trying to do, and it's just pretty sad. What about for Heartseeker build aspect casting ultimate? Oh, you mean for her? I mean, that's like 50%. What would you trade it for? And it only works on your clone, not you. So like think about any aspect that you put on Heartseeker. Like the idea is for it to work for you and your clone. So like you get the benefit and your clone gets the benefit. So like think of most of the aspects you already have and like almost double that. Because your clone is actually doing almost as much, if not more damage than you are sometimes. So like, but you want to make sure that you both are like benefiting. So for her, it's really not, I'm gonna say it's not really worth. It's just not better than like this aspect for aspects which boost your damage after all. Oh, you mean Behemoth? Behemoth is better. It gives you 30% damage for you and then 30% damage for your clone because, you know, since you're dealing more damage, your clone is too. And then also you get +2 ranks to your clone, which is more damage to your clone on top of the 30%, on top of the 30% that you're doing. That's more than for her. For her is like 50% overall. Like in terms of like overall. Whereas Behemoth is like almost like a 70% bonus buff. And it's way more consistent. Yeah. Better than the PTR. Send me a link, but I am about to go ahead and head out though. I'm gonna lower my head in disappointment for Barrage. Type F in the chat for Barrage. I'll be moving that down tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll try to see if we can put rapid fire together. I do need an amulet though. That's like the only thing I'm really missing for rapid fire is like a good amulet. Actually, I'm gonna say a good amulet, but like just one that actually a big old fat F. It's fun though. Like I think it's fun, but man, that single target hurts. That single target hurts hard. Like it hurts bad. Actually, I don't even have good Scoundrel's Kiss. Might need to do some Zero tomorrow. Like this is the best kiss I got. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not good either. Barrage is why I got in playing Rogue. It's hit so much harder. It's not. So the problem isn't Barrage. The problem is the fact that the meta is different now. Like her Heartseeker's little brother. Is Heartseeker built better than Barrage with the boots? What do you mean? They both use regular boots. Yeah, it's the meta that makes it different. It's because the clone now actually does stuff that makes Barrage hurt, if that makes sense. So Barrage's normal damage is actually not that bad. But because clone is actually dealing damage too as well, and sometimes more damage than you are, depending on how it's built or you know other factors, Barrage just does a really bad job of making use of the clone properly in terms of like single target. Like AoE clearing is fine, but like Heartseeker still clears better. Like I would say probably Barrage best advantage would probably be Infernal Hordes, where you just need a wide AoE clear. And at that point, I think Barrage does it better than Heartseeker, but that's legit the only scenario I can see myself using Barrage over Heartseeker. Literally the only scenario, which given the fact that there's so few gear changes, like the Paragon board is the exact same, and you just swap out 2 pieces of gear, maybe 3. I mean, you can always, if you're a Heartseeker player, you can always just use Barrage for Infernal Hordes, but still good. Beast Fall boost for Barrage. Oh no, that's Rain of Arrows. You're literally talking about Rain of Arrows build. And there are different ways to play it. I don't know if you've seen my video or not, Benjamin, but since you're on YouTube, you should like take a look. That they use Barrage to dump for rest or something like that. Yeah, but it's pretty inconsistent. Like in terms of your Rain of Arrows proc, like your precision proc. If you do 1-to-1 Barrage Rain of Arrows with Beast Fall boots, then your best case scenario is probably 30 to 35% uptime on precision procs for Rain of Arrows, which is kind of not good. So you'll see a bunch of Rain of Arrows shoot out, but only 35% of them might get the precision proc. I'm not saying people can't do that. I towards the end of my video, I break it down and do a deep dive on why that's a very inconsistent way of doing it. You can do it that way, don't get me wrong, but like, you're gonna be wondering why sometimes you're doing no damage at all, and then other times, and then sometimes you're doing a lot of damage. But the moment that your rotation is reversed, you deal 0 damage. But you could do it, and some people are doing it, and like I mean, it's fine. I mean, Rain of Arrows is just really strong, so I mean, even if it sometimes proc precisions, it can be enough, right? But the way I built it is just to make sure that every time that you do your rotation, you always have precision stacks to proc Rain of Arrows. So like your damage is always big, even if it means losing a sword slot. Is Barrage better than Dancing Knives for speed farming? No. It's from my page, yeah. Look at my Rain of Arrows guide. I talk about it. And Darvish for which build this season? Not Rogue. Definitely not Rogue. Played Rapid Fire in Season 5, really enjoyed it. Didn't play it in Season 6, and I came back and playing Dancing Knives. It feels a bit underwhelming. I saw your Heartseeker video. Whether builds are currently good other than Rain of Arrows for Rogue. Heartseeker, Death Trap, Rapid Fire, Flurry. Flurry's fun, and Flurry's good. I'd probably say those 4. Any one of those 4 is fine. Anyways, I'm sad, but that's okay. I guess that's one less video I have to make because I'm really not gonna make a video guide out of that, to be honest. Let's see. But I do need to move Barrage down though. It doesn't belong where it is. Watch the thing to lighten up. Did you link it already? Or like did I miss it? We can watch it tomorrow. When do you think they'll add Tournament 5? I don't know. I would like to see it be an in-game, because if not, Pit, because it's boring. I agree with you, Romeo. Honestly, I would like to see progression on other modes, like Infernal Hordes and stuff, like vertical progressions in Infernal Horde. I feel like that has a lot of potential to be like a good metric for how builds perform. You can totally add like infinite waves. You can add certain things per X amount of waves. Like on wave 5, these type of mob spawn, wave 10, Hellfire spawns. You can just remove the boons, make like a special key for Infernal Hordes or whatever like that. You can actually craft, not find, craft, right? And then you just remove the boons, and then you just add the boons, certain danger boons per increment. Like, you know, like on wave 20, the Butcher now spawns, and the Butcher is permanent. So like everything that spawns in like wave 5, 10, 15, and 20, those all get added to the next milestone wave. So there's a reason. So therefore, it feels different. It's not just, you know, more damage, more health, but you got to deal with different things that require different strategies or whatever. See, all right, Danger. Would the 500 ultimate damage bonus from Flicker Steps be better than normal boost? No, because it's additive. It's additive, so no. Because of strikes is multiplicative. You good? What do you think about Poison Road this season? It's not faring well because Clone doesn't want to behave with imbuements. Kind of like a roguelike mode without the mods you choose for a wave kind of thing. It's I guess you can say that somewhat, but like something that doesn't require you to fish and, you know, different than pits. But Infernal Hordes has a lot of potential. I actually even think like I won't say Torment 5. I must honestly just rebalance Torment 3 and Torment 4. Like most people don't, like most of like your casual players in the game, which is, you know, nothing wrong with it, but most casual people in the game don't make it past T1 and T2. So if that's the case, then just make T3, T4 just way harder. So all of your in-game content feels like vertical progression, right? Everything is just feels a lot harder, and just make them more rewarding for trying to do the harder thing. That's a way you can also go about it too. But I still would like the vertical progression that I mentioned for Infernal Hordes on top of that. But anyways. Should I Palster runners back to PoE 1? Who's the panda? I think I rated the panda in the WoW. We'll go here. Just turn Infernal Hordes into the Mortal Kombat Tower. I mean, sure. I mean, I'd be down with that. By the way, Andorius is dead though. Wax, sorry, I didn't see the last part of it. Andorius is dead. Not worth. Not worth. Anyhow, tomorrow we're gonna try to, you know, cook up something that works well. No offense to Barrage, just the clone derps too much on Barrage for it to be useful. And that's kind of the meta at the moment. Like if you're not playing an ultimate build, like Rain of Arrows or Death Trap, I guess, then you have to have clone in your build, and the clone has to put in work. And if the clone doesn't work well with your build, then basically your build is kind of suffering this season. So but that being said, enjoy the panda. We will put together rapid fire tomorrow, or I guess later on tonight. And as always, till next time.